Domo, welcome everyone. We're back with Inhuman Services. Yippee! More work. So yeah, Selmar Ditto, Domo Cody. Yeah, get those emos ready, Porkwell. Miko, Miko, me. So yeah, last we left off, we got all the certificates from all the departments, and then it turned out Abuya was like 4 parallel universes ahead of us, and locked up the secret part of the nursery, so we were fucked. We're like, no! We did all that for nothing! So we gotta go back to the bulletin board and probably talk to Elle and figure out what we gotta do instead, because trying to go into the secret place to get the secret information did not work. Yeah, Inhuman Services, yeah. Inhuman Resources, you know. Close enough. Double Locator, welcome. How you do? You sitting your white ass down, listen to a kid today speaking? Yeah, I'm speaking. Double Bucky, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, too much nursing makes your teeth go gray. Yeah. So I did look it up. It looks like I can finish this today, but it's probably going to require a little overtime. Like, it might take me like 4 hours to do it. I'm going to be cutting it pretty close. So without further ado, let's go. And with that in mind, I'm going to keep goofing around and messing around with stuff to a minimum. So if I miss something, oh well. Actually, speaking of missing something, I think I was... Where was it? Yeah, metaphysical. Yeah, I only had 1 technological stat. I thought I had more, but it turns out I did need 5 points to hack that thing, so maybe I spread myself too thin when I was doing the initial interview, but that's why I couldn't hack that computer. Yeah, it's like unpaid overtime. When you finally return home, it's already well past your bedtime. Courtesy of Mezzoscenes. Oh god, I'm already falling apart. Courtesy of Mezzoline's nervous breakdown, you end up stuck at work way longer than usual, but it's not like you had a choice. St. Sains was in no state to perform anything so sensitive as quality assurance for brain surgery, let alone while faking a friendly smile. Mezzanine. Thus, at a bid to prevent further suspicion, you did the only thing you could think of. You reserved a meeting room, told management you needed to speak with your mentor about something very delicate, locked the doors, closed the blinds, and just listened to her for hours and hours on end. The poor woman was weeping and rambling so much you could barely understand half her words, but having someone there to hear her, someone who could see through a mask, that probably meant more to St. Sains than anything in the world. Odds are you'll be in deep trouble if someone finds out what you did. Your microchip was beeping the entire time. But at this point, you're not sure you care what happens anymore. The world as you know it is coming to an end. The only choice you have left is between death by replacement or perpetual enslavement to that awful company. And you still can't tell which fate sounds worse. You really need a drink. Have some appy juice. Opening your stew cupboard, you withdraw your therapeutic beverage of choice. I don't like energy drinks or liquor, so I'm going with a smoothie. You reach out for the half-empty plastic tub decorated with vascular biceps and a no pain, no gain slogan. You're so exhausted that its boldly displayed nutritional facts blur into a jumbled mess. Honestly, operating a blender in this state would be dangerous. Better skip the smoothie part. Alright, well now I got a +1 in my physical. Yeah. But promptly unscrewing the tub's cap, you chug a sandy mouthful of chocolate. A sandy mouthful of chocolate flavored whey. Double Dip Guy, welcome. How you doing? You want popcorn and a root beer? Okay. It's in the fridge. Help yourself. The stuff is as dry as cat litter, coating your tongue with a layer of calcified cocoa. You cough up clouds of brownish dust, struggling to force down a huge lump of saliva-bonded protein clay. By the time you finally catch your breath, tears are streaking down your face, washing off some of the powder clinging to your face like dirt. Is this boy dinner? Watching The Running Man. How was it? I've been hearing mixed things. Oh, Domo Barry, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Domo, welcome, raiders. Good movie? That's good. It was like it would get you 7.5 out of 10. Yeah, 1-1. Get you a shout out. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Domo, welcome. Okay, you got a pork roll. Cool. Oh, Doji Kudova. Well, thank you for sending them my way. Welcome, raiders. I'm Blade DeLuke, Kitsune Hunter / Animal Tamer. Today we're playing Inhuman Resources, where we have probably the worst job ever. It's an office job. You gotta work them 9 to 5s. Absolutely terrifying. Oh, and of course, you know, doppelgangers, lobotomies, people being evaporated and having their identities wiped. You know, just hashtag worker things. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. If you gotta eat or sleep or whatever, go right ahead. Otherwise, kick back, relax, and enjoy me reading about the worst job ever. Hashtag Mondays. Hope you had a good stream. And that was without a doubt pretty fucking disgusting. We usually had 2 scoops when making a smoothie. And it's like we were supposed to make a smoothie, but instead we decided to just eat the shit raw. That clinical depression is really kicking in, I guess. Sobbing through the pain of gains, you swallow another mouthful of dust. Good grief, get it together. I didn't hack your phone so I could watch this. Your mysterious benefactor's voice blares from your erratic cell phone speakers. Sputtering the last of your baneful beverage, you snap open the device and behold L's static warped face. Gutsu? Double lemon juice, welcome. I don't know what any of that means, but welcome. How you doing? Yeah, I know you haven't been able to do a pork roll, but you know, it's like you just stream whenever you feel like it. It's like worst case scenario, you could just rebrand. Yeah, it's like it's more important to get the important things done. It's hard to tell through the distortion, but you get the sense they're smiling. Yeah, I know you were answering Doom Guy, but I'm backing up your argument. Sheesh, you almost look as rough as Mezzolene. Or Melusine. I keep saying it wrong. Melusine. You'd think the 2 of you would be happier considering Smyrna Corp's downfall is within reach. Nerd Moogle no Jutsu and assume someone rolled ninja in Final Fantasy XIV. No, I just was trying to decipher Lemon Juice's cryptic message. A scratchy laugh barely comes through the receiver. Something about it makes you very, very angry. You almost yell at the anonymous hacker to tell them that their plan has failed, that Abuya beat you to the punch, that your backbreaking efforts have all led to naught. Elle's only response is to laugh a little harder. Marmalade. Yeah, close enough. Wow, one little setback is all it takes to crush your spirit, huh? Look, you two making it down there is a huge win. Because while Bregard was busy spouting company policy, I was listening through your microchip, recording a conversation and scoping out the area layout by radar. Big guy didn't notice a thing. Nice. Not only did that get me more info about the data we're looking for, but Bregard basically gave us the perfect opportunity to steal it. When we do, we'll be way better equipped for a robbery than we were today. No way. With bated breath, you clutched the receiver tighter, despite dread and confusion roiling about your head. Did you say rolling? You feel your own lips curl into a grin much like Elle's. Remember that cocktail party Bregard mentioned? It's taking place tomorrow night in celebration of the upcoming radium contract. And just like that bunch from a few days back, it's completely mandatory. Everyone will be there, including nursery staff and security guards. That's going to be our cover. While everyone is gorging on champagne and canapes, you and Melusine will be raiding the hive. And once you worm your way into its deepest depths, that's where you'll find the files we're after. Escape the office with those documents and we'll have everything we need to tear the company down. But since it'll be the weekend, the workforce will be slow to react. By the time Monday comes around, it'll already be too late. The deal will fall apart. Radium will buy out Spirit Corp and everything they stand for will finally collapse. Your heart is beating so fast it hurts in your chest. But there's no fear of poisoning the ache this time. Only sheer excitement. Risky as L's plan might sound, is proof that you still have a chance to break free from your corporate prison. A wave of static washes over your phone's small screen, obscuring L's face, the undeniable symptom of an impending disconnection. If you have questions, better ask them now. Everything will be riding on your success tomorrow, and we won't get another chance to speak until the heist is done. Alright, what's important? Yeah, how do we get in if it's locked? Even without a buoy or security guards to stop you, there's no easy way for you to break through the front door. Not without some serious demolition gear, anyway. El snorts with amusement. You're kidding, right? It's a padlock. A weird one, sure, but still. Spirit Corp doesn't even have an alarm system, since that's too cutting edge for their taste. You're not exactly storming the Pentagon here. Besides, you've been spending the last week honing your skills and getting goodies from all your department supervisors. Try using one of those to break in. Otherwise, that's Melusine. It sounded like she had a few ideas when I contacted her. Well, at least that's one problem solved. But you have to admit, it does make things a little less exciting. The biggest obstacle left between you and the fate of humanity is the same kind of revolutionary failsafe used to protect a high school locker. What does the data look like? Important question to be asking. One you wish you had answers for long ago. El's distorted expression sours. They seem nervous to explain. They call it the Release Specimen Catalog. I don't know much about what it looks like, other than it'll be too much paper for two people to carry without a flatbed truck. But the more pages you and Melusine steal, the better. As for what's inside the catalog... It's essentially a database for every single doppelganger the company has ever dispatched to replace a real person. Yeah, just admit you couldn't program anything fancy, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Name of victims, reasons for deployment, info about clients who put in the requests, all of it should be in there, going back years and years, little generations worth of blackmail material. They go the opposite direct. It's like, I noticed with this, they go in the opposite direction. Normally, writers would be like, oh, I want the equipment to be like super fancy, so I'm gonna say it's futuristic and high-tech and there's no way a normal person can understand it. They go in the opposite direction, being like, nah, they just never updated their Windows. They still run on Windows 95. Your stomach churns with a low-pitched whine. Hairs stand up at the back of your neck and you feel cold despite your turtleneck. No wonder this data is so securely protected. There could be politicians on that list. Billionaires, humanitarian leaders, and famous artists. All of them, inhuman creatures produced by a company looking to control history. The fallout of having these doppelgangers revealed could uproot entire nations. What if revealing these names to the public destroys some delicate balance Spirit Corp established for a reason? What if people go completely insane, unable to trust each other? What if there are names you recognize on there? What if? It won't. It's like, but L, what if? It won't. Hey, keep it together. I know this is a lot to swallow, and even I don't know how the population will react once the data is released. We can't make people realize they've been manipulated without helping them understand how deep the rabbit hole goes. Exactly, it won't. Whatever rise result from this will be for the greater good. Oh, the greater good! Besides, I've been planning this damn coup since before you were born. And I'm not letting all that effort go to waste because one person happened to hesitate at the finish line. Unless you find a release specimen catalog tomorrow, the whole world is going to be featured in it by next week. There are lots of hospitals that still use old Windows OS because shutting them down to replace new systems would cripple everything. Yeah, so, you know. It's like that one meme about all the structures being stacked on top of each other, and there's like the one block of the one guy in Chicago that holds everything together. It's like that. They're right. This is no time to be getting cold feet. Repercussions be damned. You need those papers. But wait, Elle said they've been planning this for how long? How old are they? And how do they know anything about when you were born? Reception's getting worse. You got anything more to ask before the connection cuts out? Are you Borodine? Yeah, who are you? You're beginning to realize just how much this person seems to know and just how little they've really said. They've kept their identity hidden, their intentions vague, and their true allegiance even vaguer. But they're also your one real ally, Melusine aside. What exactly does this person want? On the other end of the line, there's only stillness and silence. Enough to make you wonder if L's connection cut out, or if their visuals are frozen. Then something suddenly changes. The face on your screen flickers. Its expression grows unhinged. Static, distorted features warp into unrecognizable shapes. A white noise builds into a roar that gnaws at your brain. The only recognizable part of L that remains is a single, bulging, bloodshot eye. It sounds like you're insinuating something. Let me set the record straight. I want what you want. I want freedom, the power to control my own life. Not letting monsters move me like a chessboard, like all the other pawns they made. And the only way either of us can get that, the only way anyone can get that, is by burning Smyrna Corp to the ground. If that's not enough for you to trust me, you're shit out of luck, because I'm not saying anything else until I know I'm safe from that hellhole's influence. If you want to know how far I'm willing to go for freedom... Eep. Your non-disclosure microchip begins to flicker. Beneath your skin, a component shifts, exposing a sharper piece underneath. A needle to administer your lethal injection. Did L disable the frequency that keeps it from hearing your conversations? I hope you realize you'd better do exactly what I tell you to do. That means you'll raid the damn nursery, you'll find the release specimen catalog, and you'll burn Smyrna Corp to the fucking ground. Then, after I've made snow angels in their ashes, I'll tell you everything. Have I made the conditions of our agreement exceptionally clear? I mean... You did have to threaten me, girl! Hashtag neutral? Across the screen, Elle almost looks heartbroken. Maybe they regret lashing out at the one person they can, truly count on. Or maybe they're ashamed of using the same methods of persuasion as the monsters they're trying to dethrone. Yeah, it's like, can you not? Yeah, the fucking ground. Sorry, didn't mean to lose my cool there. I promise I'll tell you everything as soon as you come back. But we're too close to the end to be struggling with second thoughts. And I can't let these past decades of planning go to waste. Right, they were preparing this coup since before you were even born. Small wonder their temper flared like that. I promise I'll tell you everything as soon as this data leak is sorted. Odds are you'll have a lot more questions by then, too. The distortion on your screen reaches a breaking point, as Elle whispers a final, near sentimental prayer. Crap, my time is up. Good luck tomorrow. I know you can do this. I've always believed in you. Then without warning, the connection cuts out. You're left alone in your apartment reeling from, well, everything. Coop. Chicken coop. Dealing with Melusine, dealing with this and everything else that will come up your way tomorrow. Just once you wish you'd wake up somewhere else instead. Just once you wish time would ask permission before racing ahead. That sunlight starts peeking through your curtains. Tomorrow's already here and you haven't gotten a wink of sleep, yet you don't feel nearly as tired as you think you should. Maybe it's adrenaline. Maybe it's your choice of drink. Or maybe it's because no matter what happens today will be your last day at Smyrna Corp. With one last swig of bone-dry protein, you leave your apartment. There's a good chance you'll die today. Yay! I mean, no. But you've made a habit of showing up to work early, well-rested or otherwise. With a little luck, you'll live long enough to start sleeping in all over again. To the cocktail party! Let's go! Who doesn't like a nice party? The last day of work passes by in a flash of sleep-deprived uncertainty. Your Friday has been spent mentally running through each step of Elle's daredevil plan, over and over again, compensating for your lack of sleep with an excess of coffee, which you then paid for with an equal excess of uncomfortable bowel movements. Relatable. And albeit a messy, albeit merciful reprieve from your daily grind, perhaps, but also one that's prevented you from tracking down Melusine and preparing for your high-stakes heist. Yeah, normally pooping on company time would be great, but here, time is of the essence. Maybe that's why by the time the cocktail party finally actually begins, you feel less prepared than ever. Smyrna Corp's cavernous reception lobby has once again been retrofitted into a barely recognizable version of its former glory. But unlike last week's disheartening bunch, this decor feels strangely appropriate. Lighting. Kaleidoscopic projectors dye the room deep purple, and twinkling disco balls pepper the carpet with geometric stars. Champagne glasses glitter by the hundreds, like epileptic fireflies fluttering about the too bright light. Outrageous. Dance floor. Couches and coffee tables have been cleared away to make room for your hooting coworkers who now rump about celebrating their burnout-inducing workloads end. A scent of body odor and assorted colognes emanates from the crowd, melting with the exhaust of a smoke machine. The result is a pungent, perfumey mist, even more pungent than... potent. Probably pungent. Than the usual ammonic stench. Nauseating. Music. A creepy song blares over the lobby's comically conical loudspeakers. You recognize that the record Obuya played during your interview. Let's call the whole thing off, the Gershwin twins chant. Not today, you think. Not today. Chill that blood. Most surprising of all, however, are the outfits people wear, or rather, don't wear. There's not a single acrylic turtleneck in sight. The law of Casual Friday has finally been enforced, and the champagne-sipping crowds around you have embraced the change in legislation. From glassy three-piece business suits to ostentatious ball gowns, graphic tees with acid-wash jeans, and inexplicable costumes fit to make drag queens blush, the fashion on display is dementedly diverse. There's even a half-naked woman covered in gold body paint and Smyrna Corp stickers drunkenly trying to make out with one of the room's skull-shaped statues. The attempt is failing pretty spectacularly. Like, I don't have a Casual Friday shoot. I wish I did. Somehow she sticks out less than you do. Despite finally earning enough money to afford new clothes, stressful circumstances and worsening depression once more stood between you and the prospect of shopping. Thus, you resorted to wearing an outfit you should have tossed out long ago. Not because it's ugly, because it's discolored and threadbare enough to seem woven from used rags. At least it catches your current mood. Oh, whatever. You have more important things to worry about. You look toward the desk where you first met Melusine. The silver-lettered slogan behind it has changed once again, but not because of any misspelled paper banners. Rather, a new word has been engraved next to the original three in preparation for the imminent Radium Inc. merger. Memore perpetuus mutatio decio. Despotito? You're not sure what those words signify, let alone when someone found time to engrave the fourth one without you noticing. But it can't mean anything good. Your window of opportunity to rob the nursery department grows narrow by the second. Every moment you spend hesitating, the sun sets a little further over the future of a free-thinking humanity. Time for you to track out Melusine, and fast. Yeah, burn it to the ground. Let's see. Well, can't eat on an empty stomach. Sure, humanity is on the verge of being annihilated by an egocentric conglomerate, but no one can fight injustice on an empty stomach, and maybe the food can help your heist somehow. At least that's what you tell yourself as you approach the buffet tables, salivating. Rather than the seated self-serve trays from last week's subpar brunch, an assortment of doily adorned tables have been topped with fruitful culinary configurations. But upon closer inspection, these so-called appetizers don't look very appetizing. The company clearly splurged on classier fare than scrambled eggs this time. Other than all-you-can-drink champagne, the cocktails party menu resembles a potentially deadly interactive museum exhibit, but for discontinued recipes. Seafood! Rockefeller oysters worthy of a Michelin-starred restaurant has been slattered in artificial orange cheese. Ew! Hors d'oeuvres! Tins of military ration meat has been topped with capers as though each can were its own Melba toast amuse bouche. Amuse bouche. Amuse bouche. Whatever that is. Semi-translucent gelatin dishes like keep jalapeno slices and raw prawns suspended in a jiggly prison. These dishes aren't morbidly fascinating, they're just plain morbid. Almost barely look edible, and the others smell like they could have long-term consequences on your increasingly fragile immune system. As you haplessly search for something halfway tasty, you notice Felicity and Beatrice standing nearby, piling their paper plates high with snacks. Each supervisor appears adamant that their choice of treat is the best. Girl, you're at a party surrounded by shit-faced morons and you're 3 drinks deep. Yank out that uptight stick you keep shoved up your ass and eat a goddamn brownie. A bit of butter won't kill you. Darling, please. I'm an artiste, not a clown. I'll pick these little celery sticks over those callous carbohydrates any day of the week. Besides, even if I did want freshly baked sweets, it most certainly wouldn't be the kind that has walnuts, raisins, and soy sauce-drenched caviar. A combination like that would be a war crime against my own palate. Brownie or celery sticks? Celery sticks. Chocolate makes me queasy. What are you, a hypocrite? There's no way in hell celery, caviar, and fucking meringue makes a better mix. It takes an absolute PDF to make something like that. Never mind eat the goddamn stuff. How dare you? My last ex-wife might have been younger than me, but I'm no child diddler, you garbage truck-faced troglodyte. You're goddamn right she was your last ex-wife, because I'm gonna decapitate you before you can find a new one. Okay, then kiss. I was like, girls, just kiss. Kiss and make up. And so it goes, as per usual, for several more back and forth insults about the worst way to use sturgeon eggs. Maybe coming here was a bad idea. Unfortunately, just as you're about to slink away, 2 very differently shaped hands drag you back towards the buffet tables. Oh, God. I'm like, I wanted to get away from you two. Hey, tiebreaker, settle the shit for us, will you? Indeed, indeed. Which would you deem the superior culinary option? Those brownies or the celery? I already said my answer. In theory, there's fewer ingredients in this one, so there's fewer odds of something going wrong. But between the creaminess of caviar, the stringy crunch of celery, and crumbly meringue... It's okay to be wrong, I know. Sometimes I'm just wrong. But that's when that's why it feels nice when I am right. You could be in for a true sensory roller coaster. The kind you scream and throw up on. At least there's less calories? You pick your selection off the plate, holding it up for both women to see, hoping this will settle their debate for good. Sadly, neither appear satisfied, their eyes narrow with irritated, impatient anticipation. Well, what are you waiting for? Eat the damn thing. That's right, darling. Pardon the cliche, but this decision means nothing unless you put your money where your mouth is. Prove your conviction to the audience. Ruh-roh. You're planning to chuck this thing in a wastebasket the second they looked away or started a new argument about something stupider. But now both Smith and Cordereel are leaning so close you can count the bloodshot veins in their expectation-filled eyes. Seems your only way out of this is bottoms up. You swallow a hard lump in your throat as if rehearsing for the fateful bite. You raise the snack to your lips, fighting back your gag reflex when the salty waft of caviar creeps up your flared nostrils. Sweat tickles down your temples as you close your eyes, starting to shake violently as you close your mouth millimeter by millimeter. At the tip of your teeth graze the sturgeon eggs. You beg for someone to save you. Against all expectations, somebody actually does. Mind you, the time you tried eating crab? I love crab. I like to break their legs. After seemingly out of nowhere, a familiar, stiff-smiled woman accosts you in a panic, dressed in her usual combination of hair bun and black turtleneck. There's a chance she's wearing mascara and black eyeliner for the party, but the bags under her eyes are so dark it's hard to be sure. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. What in the world were you doing here anyway? With your mouth agape and a not-so-amused bouche at your lips. Yeah, deep-fried club claws are nice. Yeah. You're beginning to wonder that yourself. Your eyes start between Saint Saints and the future-proofing supervisors, unsure how to confess that solving your case for the Munchies took precedence over humankind salvation. Never mind. Just come with me. There's no time to waste. Melusine grabs you by the wrists and drags you through the crowds, shoving people out of the way as she beelines toward the elevator. Darling, wait, our tiebreaker! Break your own damn tie, girl. Yeah, get your ass back here. You're not done judging our food. The statistician and narrative leader's voices blur into a brouhaha of discontent before fading into nothingness swallowed by the cocktail party's cacophonic atmosphere. Words. The food in question is still clutched between your fingers, shooting crumbs of caviar with every step you take. Your stomach gurgles still empty, but rather than shove the thing down your gullet, you put it in your pocket and open to prevent a mess. Hopefully it'll come in useful later. Weird food. Da-na-na-na. Yeah, judge her haircut. Before you do anything else, Melusine promptly shoves you into the open shaft. With shaking hands, she snatches the certificates right out of your pockets, cramming them into the display panel slot so forcefully the cardboard folds like a faulty accordion. She's even more agitated than usual. It's like, girl, don't break them. You make a slow, smoothing motion, hoping that she'll try to relax, or at least be stunned stiff by your patronizing gesture. Despite your many doubts and uncertainties, you tell her there's still the chance to save the world, that everything is all going according to plan. Saint Saints cuts you off by pointing to the lobby's ticking clock. Reads 5:45 p.m. Barely 4 hours remain until the cocktail party ends. Damn, it's gonna want to leave. Once that clock hits 10 p.m., the whole office will be put on lockdown for the weekend. Every person in the building will be forced to evacuate, meaning you have a time limit. Strict one at that. And of course your cell phone is so stupidly old it doesn't even have an inbuilt clock. You have to gauge your progress by gut feeling alone. Only Ellen warned you about this instead of going all psychotic. Well, it's time to think about it now. Bracing yourself, you help Melusine slide in the last certifications, eager to reach the nursery. She spouts a few more explanations as the grillage doors slide shut. I don't know where the release specimen catalog will be hidden, but it won't be sitting out in the open. Welcome, how you doing? Retrieving the data we need won't be quick, nor easy, and escaping with it will be even harder, which means we have to really hurry, because we don't make it out before the cocktail party ends. Something reaches into the shaft, prying the grillage gates open. Metal emits a grinding creak as some terrible force rends it apart. Melusine screams as sparks start spraying, begging for you to take cover. But it's already too late. A monstrous shadow steps into the shaft, the floor shaking beneath its weight. It flashes you a pure white smile and readjusts its tailored suit. Man just casually opens the doors with his fucking bare hands. Ah, it's you two. What a relief. Beg pardon, friends. When I saw someone heading for the elevators, I worried the little rat I've been hunting was trying to slip away unnoticed. But I'm happy to see it was just my favorite employee seeking a moment's respite from all the mandatory merriment. The behemoth lets out a deep chuckle, devoid of hate or malice. You force yourself to laugh with him, but Melusine seems too aghast to try. Yeah, I think she was broken already long ago. Tiny metal shaving stiffed between Bugard's massive fingers as he motions you to exit the elevator. The remnants of the door he mangled looms behind him, like a warning of what will happen should you disobey. Come along now, whatever unfinished business you were discussing can wait till next week. You'll work much more efficiently without this whole partnership hoopla hovering over your heads. And I would hate for you two to miss out on this little bash after working so hard to earn it. Though the man sounds cordial, neither his statement nor his icy stare leave the slightest room for argument. One way or another, he intends to keep you in his sights, just like all the other employees getting drugged by executive decree. But there's no way you can do that. Gathering your courage, doing your best not to stammer, you tell the giant supervisor that you can't rejoin the party yet. There's a major emergency you need to deal with first. Oh? What kind of emergency? I don't want to get her in trouble. I like that there's a ticking sound in the background. We gotta shit. Put your hands over your bladder, trying to look desperate. It's pretty easy considering all the coffee has been going straight through today. Your lie must be believable because Obuya emits an of acknowledgement, looking towards the washroom with a disgusted expression. I see, that's quite the predicament indeed. Well, considering the circumstances, I suppose a rare exception to corporate policies in order. I'll momentarily excuse your absence until this matter is resolved, but do be advised. The Colossus of Smyrna steps forward, bathing both you and Melusine in the blackness of his broad shadow. In the darkness, you see the twinkle of his pale blue eyes, the curvature of his toothy smile. The shape of it reminds you of a reaper's scythe, and the sound of the party's music like a funeral dirge to welcome death. He just grab your guts and squeeze you empty, yeah, right? Let's call the whole thing off. The singers beg again, but Bogard's rumbling warning is louder than their combined voices. Double catch you, welcome, how you doing? Good to see ya. No matter how urgent the situation at hand, our magnanimous institution was built on a foundation of important rules, and I will enforce them if necessary. My overlooking of your absence will only extend to our company event's scheduled hours. Should I discover earlier of you trespassing company premises past our 10 p.m. curfew, I will personally rectify this breach in regulation. And though I dearly treasure you as members of the Smyrna Corp family, I will ensure the issue is corrected through prompt employee replacement. In other words, be sure to avoid going all the way up to strike 3. This is too joyous an evening to end on a tragedy. With hearty chuckle, the tweed behemoth claps you on the shoulder, knocking out what little air remains inside your lungs. A subtle reminder that he can and will kill you with nothing but his bare hands. The damaging grillage door creaks shut, cutting you off from Abuya. Raising a champagne glass in salute, the substitution supervisor bids you adieu, before leaving you to engage in small talk with inebriated underlings. With a ding-ding-ding, the elevator lurches downward, carrying you to the nursery at ballistic speeds. Neither you nor Saint Sains speak a single word. You're too busy contemplating your upcoming suicide mission. Retrieve the release specimen catalog, escape before time elapses, and never find out what happens when Bugard hits strike 3. Baseball! I mean nursery department! After what feels like an eternity, the elevator comes to a clattering stop at the building's bottom sub-basement. You and Melusine are forced to work together to wrench the grillage doors open. Obuya's mangling made them rather prone to jamming. After squeezing yourselves out, you rush to the edge of their nursery's balcony, staring into the vast concrete abyss below. Yet again, a dull silver light shines down from above, as the whir of mysterious machines and a gurgle of containment capsules create an unsettling atmosphere. But unlike your first visit, there are no lab coat-wearing scientists roaming about below. Instead, there's something else. Something very, very wrong. The once reflective cement floor has been drenched in gallons of human blood. It's like, oh no, you lost your gallons. Its surface smeared in so much crimson it almost looks like fresh paint. Pale shapes pepper the pools of scarlet as dismembered scientist bodies lay butchered by the dozens, surrounded by bare footprints that lead deeper into the department. Easy to tell where the footprints came from, because most of the gestation pods are now completely empty and the doppelganger specimens within are nowhere to be seen. But you hear them very, very clearly. Yeah, not the gallons. Feet prints. They chirp up in the distance, singing with 1,000 voices, drowning out the screams of men and women who sound like they're being eaten alive. Judging by all the teeth marks on the corpses below, that assumption might be far more accurate than you like to admit. What the hell happened? It was nowhere near this bad yesterday. You looked at Melusine for answers, but she seems as baffled as you are. Her deathly pale complexion becomes sickly green. I don't know. I heard reports of a containment breach this morning, but they should have gotten it under control by now. Unless they were forced to leave for the cocktail party before they could resolve the issue? Well, that's just great. The people in charge must be too busy getting drunk and dancing under penalty of death to be fixing this murder disaster instead. And you can't exactly wait for them to come back. Catastrophic circumstances or not, the clock is still ticking. You have no choice but to venture into the hive and retrieve that specimen catalog no matter what it takes. Trying very, very hard not to pass out from the smell of carrion, you rush toward the stairwell's locked gate. Same padlock you saw from before dangles from it, bar your entry, and perhaps keeping something else from leaving. Either way, you need it unlocked. And I don't have any of these things. Help! The receptionist pushes you aside, reaching for a long sewing needle hidden in her hair bun. She slips it into the punch card slot and begins picking the lock. Keep silent, afraid to break the woman's focus, but soon a mechanism whirs and thunks open. As the fallen padlock emits chattering death throes, Melusine shoves past the once-barred door and leads you down the balcony's winding stairs. Her shoes echo against the concrete steps and across the entire nursery. Follow me and stay close. I don't know if it'll be safe, but I have a vague idea where the catalog is. At the far back of this room is the dispatch area. That's where the mature doppelgangers are set up to substitution for final processing, right before public appointment. Yeah, sounds noisy. Like, it's like, yeah, walking barefoot would be quieter, maybe. If any place could keep a record of which ones were deployed and why, it's there. A sensible proposition. It's not like you're informed enough to propose a compelling counter-argument. You nod for Melusine to lead the way and follow her into the belly of this rank death-stench beast. Death-stench beast. Roast beef. The two of you move quickly through rows of gestation capsules, as eager to reach the dispatch area as you are afraid of what squirms within the darkness. Your feet squick against the blood-slicked floor and squelch through puddles of mystery fluid more viscous than phlegm. You're tempted at one time to study a dead doppelganger, whose gelatinous corpse dissolves within the substance, but the noise around you keeps you moving at a rapid pace. You get startled by noises in the distance, or shadows moving in ways they shouldn't, but often it's the silent, motionless, minute which disturbs you most. Your prints! Some are large and thick-fingered like those of a grown man. Some are small and clumsy like a toddler's fingy paint. All of them remind you of the desperate handprint Emiliano left against a two-way mirror in Abuya's office. Minotia? That's how you pronounce that? Fabric! Shred bits of lab coat fabric are being carried away by currents of freshly spilled blood. The tatters don't look torn, nor cut, or even frayed. It looks more like they were bitten off. Corpses! The grayed-skinned bodies look up at you from the floor. Riddled with bullet wounds and broken glass, though none appear to be breathing, you can feel their Vanta-black gazes following you your every movement, hungry and unblinking. At least you sure hope they're unblinking. Sick to your stomach and feeling your heart beat faster than hypersonic jackhammer. You finally reach your objective, short on breath, high on adrenaline. A large bronze panel reading dispatch area hangs on the wall ahead, shining like a light at the end of the tunnel. But it won't lead you to paradise yet. A massive vault door bars your progress, its surface emblazoned with a gold Smirnocorp logo. The thing is over 2 abuyas tall and at least 7 wide, which by your math means that's very sturdy. Who knows how many tons of dynamite it would be needed to blast through. There's no sign of a handle, keyhole, or punch card slot, however, only a familiar keypad identical to those found inside company elevators. Well, almost identical. Fuck! I feel like I should know the password. I swear he told me at, like, the very beginning. Oh, I don't remember. That was so long ago. I know this was one of them, and this was one of them. I think this might have been one of them. What was the other one? Oh, I don't remember. It's like, no! I forgot! What am I gonna do? I'm trying to think, because it was like way back. It was like right when the dude was ready to interview me. And then he told me the password. Alright, Domo Cosmic, welcome, how you doing? It's like, I'm confronted with a very familiar keypad, and I'm like, trying to remember what the password was. I swear this was the first one. Well, let me click it. No? It just sucks, huh? Your first thing is to brute force the password by trying every possible combination. But a control panel this side suggests the cipher will be of equal girth. Since every variable one by one could take literal hours, and that's assuming any failures don't set any alarms or lock you out of future attempts. The only option would be get on your first try. Over here, I found something. A subject waves you toward Spirit Corp mainframe. Same ugly and outdated computer model you first saw in Future Proofing. Its screen is streaked with gore. Its keyboard peppered with red dollops as though the last user had been typing while bleeding out. A trail of scarlet footprints lead away from the chair, suggesting the individual limped away with lethal wounds. As you approach, St. Sains scoots aside, hoping you can operate the laptop in her stead. So much slick crimson smeared over the controls you can't figure out how to boot it. Paper, please? Bloody documents stick to your hands like glue. Are so soaked with crimson they fritter at the faintest touch. Only a single sheet has been spared the spill. Contents filled with warnings that turn your own blood to ice. Doppelganger training instructions. Ooh. Yeah, it's like they're not normal children. Don't get attached. Yes, you may pinch your cheeks, but do it much harder. I'm not gonna read all of this because this is a whole thing, but you can see it's like how they basically raised the doppelgangers. Yeah, said the foster parents. Nursery frame? The machine is already on, is responding to your inputs, but unlike the one you used in future proofing, it seems to require a password. Thankfully, the keyboard's bloodied buttons gave you an idea. Maybe with their dying breath, someone entered their old access code. If you press the same buttons they did, you should be able to reactivate it. Take some trial and error to get the order right, but after a few irritating minutes spent punching in every random key in every possible order, you're left with filthy fingers and a familiar welcome screen. Yippee! Oh boy. Help. See. By consulting the map file on the computer, you'll get a bird's eye view of the nursery's 4 individual areas, each corresponding to our doppelganger's respective evolutionary. Yeah, we have gestation, education, cosmetics, dispatch. So, womb, smarts, pretty, release. Alright. An outbreak is currently underway. Total department lockdown in progress. For more information on how to cancel lockdown procedure, please consult urgent. Urgent. Oh god, this is a lot of binary. If anyone wants to screenshot that. There's this. Oh god, and then there's all this. I'm not gonna tell anyone to screenshot that. That's too much. Urgent, here we go. My name is Christopher Choi Young, Nursery Department Supervisor. On Friday, a doppelganger specimen breached containment and killed at least 7 personal members. It's like, well, yeah. It's like, fuck the second one. No, I can't read binary. The situation rapidly escalated. We attempted to resolve it. Couldn't complete the process before 5 p.m. So this is going on for at least an hour. Yeah, therefore, I should currently be enjoying a dry martini. And or cheating on your husband, as per company policy. Blah, blah, blah. To access any Z7 lockdown restriction areas or release specimen catalog in my absence, please follow the following procedures. High-risk areas have been sealed by 24-inch thick blast doors. They can only be unlocked by entering a single-use 12-digit passcode into the corresponding keypad. To obtain the passcode, please use the de-encryption key attached below to access the password generator program. Protocol zip. Okay. Upon opening, you must complete a variety of assignments within a limited time frame to prove you're not a robot. After completing, you will be prompted to enter 2 disks for passcode. Alright, it looks like we got quite a bit going on. Yeah, those that understand binary and those that don't. This is all my fault. Okay. I killed them all. I swear I didn't mean to, but they're all dead because of me. One of the specimens was looking at me. They were crying, just like my little girl back home. Looks so human. Human for me to keep hurting it. Want me to take off the shock collar for a second, just so I can feel the air of its neck for the first time in its life. Maybe I should listen, because now Dr. Marson's dead. Dr. Lemino's dead. All of them are fucking dead. Ripped to shreds by the thing I set free, eaten alive, bite. And now it's been freed hundreds more, all of them starved for flesh. Starved for flesh! Zombies. Hunting us down for what we've done. See a doppelganger, do not trust it. I don't care if it begs or weeps or makes you feel bad, they're lying to you. They are not children. They are not human. They are monsters trained to fool you. And if I can fall for their act, so can you. Leave the nursery while you still can! Cool. Map. Okay. Yeah, I can't access the system. Documents? No, I went in there already. Library? Protocol! There we go. They said to go into protocol. I have to prove I'm not a robot or something. Operation completed. Okay. Step away from the computer, watching thousands upon thousands of unzipped documents unfurl an epilepsy-inducing sequence. But even that assault on the senses pales in comparison to your newfound panic. Not only is the nursery being overrun by feral doppelgangers that are devouring the scientists who raised them, but the dispatch area password is sealed on data disks in the hive's highest risk areas, and you can't even access the password before decoding this administrative shit show? How are you supposed to get this all done by 10 p.m.? Simple, really. You'll have to do the same stupid side characters do in horror movies right before getting decapitated by demonic axe murderers. Need to split up. Before you can even make the suggestion, Saint Saints has shoved you aside. With a crack of her knuckles and a few deep breaths, she begins drumming her fingers atop the mainframe's keyboard. With much machine gun swiftness, her hands become pale blurs. The same kind of hummingbird quick, frantic typing she's performed on her typewriter countless times before. A skill she's honed over many years to survive her workplace horrors. Leave it to me. No one in this office is better at sorting through paperwork than I am. You get the passcode discs, but be quick. We don't have much time, and we can't risk getting caught by a booyah once the party ends. Also, promise me you'll be careful out there. I don't want a friend to die today. Neither do you, but does sound like a tough promise to keep. And you're not exactly thrilled to be in charge of the most dangerous assignment here. Still, Melusine is right. She's better suited to bureaucratic documentation, and the faster you get this done, the faster you can leave this hellhole. Swearing to stay safe as humanly as possible, you leave your ally behind and begin the search. Hopefully you won't be returned to find her picked clean bones. Where will you go? Education? You get some education around the nation. As you head into the densest, deepest part of the nursery, you suddenly realize your surroundings have become claustrophobic. The space you now find yourself in, designed for someone much, much smaller than you. Perhaps you should have expected as much coming from the education area. No longer are you standing in the hive's massive hangar-like gestation area. Instead, you've somehow wandered into a building within a building, carefully winding your way through narrow corridors whose ceilings are so low your hair brushes against flickering fluorescence. Their pale glare is reflected in the floor's many puddles of freshly spilled blood, some of which are shaped like child-sized footprints. Crimson gore paints the walls too, but what lies beneath the red... It's what lies beneath the redness which stuns you the most. The halls are lined with the same kind of multicolored gym lockers that adorn a high school in dire need of renovations. Some even have a sparkling "Good job" stickers opposed to their surface, next to even sparklier renditions of lobotomized skulls. Between them hang giant corkboards full of clumsy crayon drawings, mostly depicting lynched politicians. There's also classrooms with barred iron doors, similar to those used by prisons to lock away solitary confinement prisoners. Sign hanging above each one, giving you a vague idea of their uniquely atrocious curriculums. Morals and ethics. Inside, rows of tiny student desks have been modeled after those of Smyrna Corp office workers. The blackboard at the far back lists the company's old slogan. It's been repeated ad infinitum alongside warnings of what will happen to children who defy these edicts. Fitness! The room resembles a gymnasium, complete with squeaky clean wooden floors, a hanging scoreboard display, rafters, and a colorful banner reading, "Replacement tryouts today!" Rather than basketball hoops or volleyball nets, you see a variety of humanoid mannequins riddled with gunshots, punctured by knife wounds or strangled by garrote wires. The tracksuit-wearing instructor on the floor appears to have been killed by, all three. Wow. Practical theater! Inside lays a setup similar to a dance studio, and a sound booth outfitted with tape-based recording equipment. One such device is stuck in a loop, endlessly replaying the voice clip of a long-dead prime minister declaring war on his neighbors. It's followed by verbal instructions on how to imitate his accent, complete with tips for contracting one's vocal cords. Turn them into voice actors. The dance studio mirrors, meanwhile, have friendly reminders taped to glass telling children how to address shortcomings while mimicking a target's body language. Detention. This seems to be an actual prison cell. A dark, dank, dirty one with nothing but a wooden chair sitting in the middle. Its armrests are outfitted with belts, its blackboard stained by gore. Someone has scrawled an endlessly repeating message in blood on every available inch of the room's walls. Yeah, it's like we stumbled into the SAG-AFTRA breeding lab. Oh god, no. Heaven forbid. I will not disobey company directives. I will not disobey company directives. Bart Simpson. In retrospect, maybe your freshman year wasn't as bad as you remember. And unnerving as this is, a lot of these kids will clearly need post-graduation therapy. You might get enough clients to become a full-time child psychologist once Smyrna Corp shuts down. Yeah, you know what? Put that degree to use. Unfortunately, you've been stuck wandering these halls for a while, and not only are you beginning to feel lost in a maze, but there's still no sign of the passcode disk the computer assured you would be here. As the corridor has grown more bloodstained, you worry you'll never find an exit, let alone a portable drive. Until you notice something peeking past the bend in the road. There's a flashing light, one much more colorful than the flickering fluorescence, and stirred by constant movement. And rather than the sound of humming bulbs, you only hear the crackle of overworked cathodes, the static noise old televisions emit after being left on for too long. Confirming that suspicion is a sign which indicates the media-orienteering classroom lies somewhere ahead. But there's something more as well. A low, moaning, wordless voice and the smoky, fetid stench of burnt black meat. Approach cautiously. You're a child psychology major with a minor in pain. Every second counts right now, but your survival takes priority over the strangers. Rather waste an hour living than win the land speed record at self-destruction. Carefully slinking your way forward, you make your way towards the moaning individual. A minor pain in the ass. Your stealthy approach is painstakingly slow, as you press your back against the lockers and take special care to avoid stepping on broken glass, puddled blood, or rusty shrapnel. Little by little, you make your way closer. The sound of buzzing televisions grows louder, and the smell of charred flesh threatens to make you gag. As the smoke reminds you of the encryptology department, and all the smoke reminds you of the encryptology department, and not in a good way. As you open the door marked Media Orienteering, you realize your nostalgia was rather prophetic. The classroom is disgorging a thick black cloud of botched barbecue soot. The combination of ash and grease clinging to your face like the world's worst hydration cream. Ew. Gross. With watering eyes, you fan away the fumes, trying not to suffocate. Yet when the smoke finally clears, you struggle to breathe most. Hanging from the ceiling are dozens upon dozens of CRT screens. Dozens of CRT's televisions, all displaying the same illegible footage on an endless loop. And I can't read. And beneath each flashing screen, arrayed in a classroom desk configuration, are dozens upon dozens of electric chairs, not built for adult criminals, but toddlers. Oh, this is the baby burning room. Yay! And it's like, and here we have the baby torture room. You can tell, because each seat is home to its own scorched child-sized doppelganger corpse. Oh boy. Some have died with their mouths open. Some some have died... God, I suddenly can't read. Some have died with their mouths open, locked in silent screams of anguish, plumes of smoke seeping from their jaws, as though departing souls were given form. Others have begun crumbling, dried, fried, and... Oh god, why can I suddenly not read? Am I gonna smoke another baby? Maybe. Others have begun crumbling, flesh fried into brittle coals, their semi-flaccid bones leaking molten marrow, like candles dripping liquid wax. All of them seem to have perished with their fingers curled over send buttons, built into each chair's armrest. Play, pause, rewind. They look like buttons from the Abolisher's control panel. Could be they were performing the same task you once did, identifying specific sections of footage from a greater whole based on cryptic directives that make little sense. The stakes for these children just happen to be much higher. Your skin crawls with disgust and tingles due to static lingering in the rancid air. Lab-bred monsters or not, nobody deserves to die like this. But one at least hasn't died yet. Oh boy. You there? Please, get me out of here. The moan you heard before rises from the front of the class, weak and wheezing. Rushing past the rows of calcined children, you soon find yourself face to face with a black-eyed creature wearing an uncomfortably human expression of pain and fear. The very, very young doppelganger is still tied to an electric chair, unable to escape. Its pale gray skin clings to flaccid bones like shrink wrap, its thin body made even gaudier by hunger. Think you want? Yucky chip? Looks almost pitiful if it weren't for the wide, pointy-toothed smile it was flashing your way. Yeah, I don't trust it. Thank goodness you're here. Hurry, human. Finish the lesson and untie me. I'm starving. Yeah, you're gonna eat me if I set you free. I read the document. I am not gonna be stupid about this. Judging by the way it's staring at you with a long, pale tongue licking its chops, you're inclined to believe that. You wonder if pork chops feel this way, after coming fresh off the grill, but judging by the electrical burns riddling the little prisoner's limbs, you sense it knows the feeling of being cooked alive better than you. What do you do? Only if it tells you where the passcode disc is. You want a reward worth the risk of becoming a monster's midnight snack. As you state your terms, the doppelganger child sneers, distraught that it won't be freed just yet, furious that you might take advantage of its incapacitation. Unfortunately, you don't have a good enough poker face to seem like you're in control of this dire situation. Thus, the very item you tried using as leverage is now being used against you by an especially cunning creature. A dispatch passcode, huh? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw one of those. And I'd love to show you where to find it. Problem is, I can't exactly do that while I'm tied up, can I? And if you try to force me out of here, you'll just trigger the electric chair's pressure pressure plates, and I'll get fried to a crisp instantly. Oh, there's Taffy. Right there. Problem is, I can't exactly do them tied up, can I? If you try to force me out of here, you'll just trigger the electric chair's pressure plates. I'll get fried to a crisp instantly. Are you gonna sit on my lap or not? It's like he tried to jump on my lap, and then I got distracted, and I think I read that sentence twice. That means the only way you're finding your precious MacGuffin is by freeing me the proper way. Conniving little brat. Still, it's not like you have another choice. It could take days to find a single disc in this place without guidance. Without growing apprehension, you ask what the proper way entails. The doppelganger responds by awkwardly pointing a finger toward the front of the class, where a teacher's desk would normally sit. Instead, you find a massive machine stuffed full of propane tanks and film reels. It's like, Taffy's on my lap for anyone that wants to pay him. It's the same kind of abolisher you handled under Siobhan's purview. That thing is currently transmitting video footage to our respective screens. Yay, synchronized tapping, yay! Normally, once we successfully complete the prompts it gives us, our chairs send a signal to unfasten our bonds and stop the electrocution protocols. But something must have broken during the riots. No matter what I do, the abolisher just won't power down. You'll have to use the primary controls yourself and fill the prompts manually and unlock all the chairs through professional override. You'll need to be extra careful not to get the answers wrong. Every mistake you submit will zap us with a gazillion joules of electricity, and I'm already closer to medium rare than raw right now. I'd rather not end up well done. Get me out of here uncooked, and I'll show you where to find the disc. Deal? Honestly, tempting offer. Answer a few prompts, free hostage, a little gratitude. 2 birds, 1 stone solution to your scavenger hunt predicament. You've already proven yourself relatively competent when it comes to using the abolisher. I mean, a little doppelganger has decent odds of surviving with you behind the wheel. You know the correct answers? The oddly adult-sounding infant brittles, their Vanta black eyes darting around the room, worried that someone could be watching. You expect they're normally punished by instructors for sharing responses with their peers, and with something far worse than a slap on the wrist. I can't say anything too explicit out loud. Room might be plugged with microphones, and I could get killed for attempted cheating. I could give you one hint. For the first video, pay attention to the medals at the end. If you read the prompt carefully and have a passing interest in Greek myth, you should be able to figure out which one it refers to. As for the others, I haven't actually seen them yet because of the malfunctions. Your guess will be as good as mine. I'll be sure to think things over carefully before confirming your selection, alright? Very slow to scorch, as the teachers say. Not much, but it's better than nothing. Hopefully this gets you through the first bit of footage with unintended casualties. Pay attention to the medals at the end. Alright. For the following ones, let's just hope your first one isn't a fluke. It's like, let's just get this over with. Like, preparing to do things the proper way, you head for the giant machine. The doppelganger shudders behind you, eager to finally taste freedom. Remember, every time you get something wrong, it'll get zapped, and I don't know the exact voltage, but something tells me these malfunctions cranked it up pretty dang high. You'd better not be hasty, or you'll be seeing light at the end of the tunnel. So much for words of encouragement. You crank a lever and activate the abolisher's roaring engine. Screens flicker to life as photography fluid bubbles through various valves, buttons blinking eager to be pressed. Your hands quickly settle on the device's controls. Much like a riding bicycle, it seems to something your body never forgets. Hopefully you can make lightning strike twice and do as well as you did the first time, which was 1 out of 3. Otherwise, much more literal lightning will be striking your little friend. The abolisher's film reels whir and main display emit a pop of static before presenting your first prompt. Okay, it's this game again. Alright. Locate the war criminals' non-Athenian coin commemorating the USA-Moldova peace treaty. They said pay attention to the medals at the end. Let's see. Yeah, you know those words separately. Like, yeah, right? Is that it? Hold on. Non-Athenian coin. It's like it happens like very... Oh, stop it. There's this, but that's that looks Greek, doesn't it? I feel like it might be sooner. It says non-Athenian coin. Is this a non-Athenian coin? Commemorating the USA and Moldova peace treaty. Is it this? It's gotta be this. Okay. As you confirm your footage selection, both you and the doppelganger go tense with anticipation, fearing some horrific flesh-dissolving kaboom. Were you seeing the eye? I can't read. Instead, you're treated with the dainty, borderline sarcastic ding of success. Phew! Not gonna lie, I was afraid you'd find a way to muck things up despite me telling the answer. Now hurry up and move on to the next one. No time to waste thinking about what kind of war crimes you just covered up, okay? Sometimes Geneva Conventions are just Geneva Convention suggestions. Well, you weren't going to think about it, but now you're wondering what kind of alternative buster gas you just helped to scrub from history. Or worse, just add it to some ambitious revolutionary's warfare cookbook. The abolisher emits another pop of static as the next snippet of audiovisual data appears on the main screen. Okay, you cookie? Yeah, goodbye. Trying not to overthink consequences of failure or success, you focus on the cryptic prompt unfurling before you. Oh boy, Taffy. Like, are you craving violence, my son? Alright, the cult's apologism ritual lasts 56 hours. Identify the moment the clock strikes 3:40 p.m. So, look for a clock? He's standing like a clock? Yeah, that might be our hint. Like that? That looks like 3:40. There's no clock. There's no clock. It's gotta be the poses. I agree. So it was here. I swear it's this. This looks like it. Right? It's gotta be. Woo! The intimidating abolisher lets out a comforting ding as you confirm your selection. Both you and the doppelganger let out simultaneous sighs of relief, your combined tensions fading all at once. Good to know you didn't need a hint for that one. You may be better at this than I thought, human. Be sure, ignore all the political embezzlement you just helped death penalty apologists get away with. This next prompt's the last one, so you've really got to bring your A game. Fred, I'm so close I could taste it. Tastes like a smoked meat sandwich. First off, you're planning to ignore the whole death penalty thing until they mentioned it. Second, you're pretty sure that freedom they're smelling is the literal smoked meat of their classmates, whose death they seem really unperturbed by, now that you think about it. Once again, the abolisher emits a faint pump before displaying your final test. You're in the home stretch. Highlight the isolated doppelganger agent successfully sabotaging the Hydron reactor prototype. Okay. This might be tricky. There's a lot going on. Successfully sabotaging the reactor. Assist versus watching each person individually instead of trying to take it all at once. Yeah. I don't even know which one's the reactor. Which one's even the reactor? I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. It's like, if anyone notices anything, by all means. Isolated. Isolated. Yeah, a lot of them are, like, paired together. Yeah, I don't know. The doppelganger has to be alone. Like, he's alone. Isolated. I only see one person alone. I mean, I'm probably wrong, but I can't think of anything else. Is it this guy? Yeah, it's like, that could be it. I'm gonna have to submit this one and hope for the best. Nope. That was so tricky. There was like 20 people in there. I couldn't figure it out. The moment you confirm your selection, a blinding flash goes off behind you, followed by a sound like bacon. Says they're gonna pan with too much grease. By the time you turn around, the light is already extinguished, leaving behind a thick black cloud. No! Woman, you're left gagging at the center of broiled flesh, fearing the worst has happened. Thankfully, as the smoke clears, you see the doppelganger survived. Their already bulbous eyes are bulging more than ever, and pitch black plumes see from their nostrils as they convulse from the shock, but they're still breathing. Heck, they're flat laughing. My body fat might be boiling, but it's finally done. I'm free! As if applauding the gray-skinned child's revelry, the TV screen above them displays a bright green thumbs up message. Really? Does that mean I was right or wrong? I don't know anymore. So thereafter, you hear a low-pitched hum, suggesting the classroom's volatile voltage has been completely extinguished. Nice going, human. I was half expecting to turn into tempura shrimp back there, but I didn't get so much as a tingle. Whoever trained you to use that abolisher must have done one heck of a job. No wonder you deserve to graduate. Yeah, it's like, they survived. It's okay. Graduate from what? Working at Siobhan's gopher? Whatever the case may be, the doppelganger humbly changes the subject by tugging their taut restraints, salivating like a hungry mastiff who just spotted unsupervised kibble. Anyway, hurry up and get me out of here. The locks of these things must be broken because I'm stuck tighter than anchovies in a tin. You're gonna have to break me out, but don't dawdle. I've got a cramp in my leg like you wouldn't believe. Alright, Well, what about the disc? You didn't go through that multimedia gauntlet for the heck of it, and you barely trust this doppelganger to keep their promise, let alone leave your limbs unnibbled. This gray-skinned kid looks irritated by your accusation. Anyone ever tell you you're such an uptight party pooper? Because you are. You just poop everywhere. Party ruined. It's all your poop's fault. Party pooper. Disc's under my seat, okay? Some jerk shoved it in the hide there to hide it from the teachers during the riots. It's stuck between two pressure plates, so it's not exactly going to be easy to get loose while I'm stuck here. That means that tying me is in both our best interests. Basically, hurry up and get me out of here. I'm sick of smelling the stink of my own overcooked siblings. It's like, fine. Everybody needs a pooper. Those sturdy, they should be easier to deal with than those armor-plated cuffs. You search the classroom for something like a box cutter or a saw, only to find a massive pair of cable cutters. They were likely used by teachers in case of electrical emergencies. The pliers weigh a 9 literal ton and feel incredibly stiff. Shitting rhino, oh no. I know that's not a link. Twitch is acting like it is. No doubt due to all the rust and doppelganger gristle that has accumulated in the pivots. Particularly difficult to angle the blades properly without risk of cutting the child's arms. After considerable struggling and a few satisfying snaps, you finally break the child free. With a giddy giggle and a stretch of their stiffened muscles, they rise up from their seats. Then, without missing a beat, the creature lunged at you faster than you can react. Of course! You brace for the sensation of teeth sinking deep into your flesh or the sight of a gray-skinned creature escaping without keeping its bargain. Instead, you feel something warm, soft, and oddly familiar wrap around your leg. A child's gentle hug. Aww. The creature is pressing its face against your thigh, weeping with joy. Thank you, human. Thank you so much. I was so scared I was gonna die, but I wasn't ready to end up like the others. The rest is only wordless sobbing filled with sorrow and reprieve. The child's cries soon become the only sound left echoing in the room, a place of learning now converted into a mausoleum for its siblings. Considering these absurd circumstances and the doppelganger's unusually surly old man attitude, it was easy to forget they were just a child. The scared one that just saw its family perish and only knows how to express emotion by imitating the monsters that raised it. Just another victim of Smyrna Corp. Same as you. Takes a few more minutes for the awkward emotional brace to end. Doppelganger shoves you aside as it wipes tears off its sunken cheeks. Sorry about that. It won't happen again. I'll keep the facade up longer next time. Just like the teachers wanted. Now, as promised, here's a thank you for helping me out. I guess monster children are still children. Yeah, you know, sometimes they want a hug, sometimes they want to bite your face off, you know. The child returns to their electric chair, reaching for something caught between the seat cushion and the pressure plates beneath it. Soon enough, they emerge with a giant floppy disk made of semi-supple rubber, slightly stained by char and blood. This has to be one of the disks that the computer's logs refer to. All you need is to find one more and you can finally take on Smyrna Corp. Told you I'd keep my promise. Humans usually use this thing to send their kids away, but I can tell you have noble intentions in that. The child insistently wiggles the item, invite you to take it. Yappy oblige, holding the ugly thing above your head like a World Cup trophy. Yappy! Pleasure doing business with you. Now I'm going out there of here to meet up with the others. I suggest you skedaddle too. We'll be safe once the cleanup crew comes down here. Those psychotic employees upstairs would think twice about gunning one of down one of our own. No offense. It's like, thanks, bye. If even doppelgangers are afraid of what will happen at 10 p.m., you definitely don't want to stick around and find out what might happen. With a grateful nod, you rush toward the classroom's exit only for the child to cry out once again. Psychopathic, not psychotic. Yeah, I read that wrong, didn't I? If you go back this way, just shout, okay? I'll come find you and help. It's good to know that, how's the expression go already? Birds of a feather stick together or something? You know what I mean, right? No, yeah, sure you do. Before you can request the clarifications, the silver humanoid waves goodbye and darts away on all fours, fading into the darkness of the education area's corridors. Shortly thereafter, you hear a chorus of blood-chilling screams and meat being ripped off the bones. Maybe you should follow their lead and leave before any of that happens to you. Is he hinting that you're a doppelganger? Probably. Our aunt does work here, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was like... If she tried to replace us with a doppelganger and then was like, wait, he's still a lazy piece of shit. You wander through familiar corridors, passing by the same sticker-adorned lockers and thick cast iron doors you crossed before. You find yourself staring at both of them with newfound disgust. Whatever Smyrna Corp thinks they're accomplishing here, you have to put an end to it. The whole thing makes you sick to your stomach in a way little else ever has. Thankfully, with your new dispatch disc in hand, you're at the right track to do just that. Not quite 10 p.m. Yeah, keep up the pace. You might just make it, but if you slow down, well, let's not think about that right now. Yeah, it does sound possible. It's like he was talking about us graduating. He's like, what do you mean? Yeah, applicants walk in, but they don't walk out. Rushing back to the nursery's crossroads, you begin plotting your next course of action. Where will you go? Touch medic! Next. As you wander the nursery's blood-stained hellscape, you reach a place that feels oddly festive. With its myriad neon signs, plaza-like central area, and an assortment of color-coded guideposts, this part of the hive almost feels like a mall. Maybe even an indoor fairground, albeit one designed by a fun-despising architect, of course. If it weren't for the never-ending chorus of shrieks, or the wet gore sticking beneath your feet, you'd almost feel like a kid in a candy store. Instead, you feel more like a kid in a slaughterhouse, accompanied by an uncle you're not directly related to, who got out of prison without the warden's consent. The further you wander in, the more fitting that slaughterhouse comparison becomes. Despite the not-so-threatening appearance, the cosmetic area's purpose is blatantly unambiguous. They perform surgeries on doppelgangers so that their flexible physicality matches their replacement targets. And judging by the dozens upon dozens of operating tables scattered about the plaza, they do a lot of surgeries. Plus, considering the various muzzles, ball gags, and other voice-muffling items scattered all around the place, you suspect Smirnocorp cuts costs by denying their lab-grown products any kind of anesthetic. Yeah. The area was clearly devastated during the containment breach. But as you scan your surroundings, you find clues that suggest horrible, medically justified violence has been taking place long before then. You once again tell who had it worse: the brutally butchered scientists or the creatures they once tortured. A killer! A device reminiscent of a baby's crib, mobile hangs over each operating table. Ball gags. But rather than children's toys, they're adorned with various triple-pronged needles. Many still have plucked eyeballs skewered on their tips, some freshly extracted from a patient's sockets. Others waiting to insert the correct color and prescription into a replacement candidate's head. A doppelganger lay dead beneath one such apparatus, its blank face reduced to a punctured mess. Epidermal! Similar to a tattoo parlor, each table is outfitted with ink cartridges and rotary tattoo guns. Nearby CRT screens still display flickering images of HTML color codes, no doubt used by scientists to give doppelgangers distinct skin tones, body art, and scarification. A massive mashed meat lay atop a shredded lab coat. The scientist's corpse was dyed every color of the rainbow by creatures taking their revenge. Capillary! The same kind of water basins you'd find in hair salons replaced the headpiece of each operating table. Most of them dyed red by blood. The presence of wigs, threads, needles, and scissors suggests the normally hairless doppelgangers get their follicles installed here. A woman lay dead in one seat with a pair of scissors in her head. Her scalp has been peeled off and stapled to her chest in mockery of the awful process. Destino! Clotheslines hang suspended above each table, strewn with neither shirts nor undies, but various organs. Small intestines, tobacco, black lung, shriveled meat, prunes you presume to be livers. You suppose doppelgangers receive such transplants to match their target's medical records. Even missing kidneys or heart conditions must be perfectly imitated. A scientist hangs from the clotheslines too, lynched and disemboweled. His excavated insides reduced to a flaccid bowl made of loose skin. Fun. For once, you're deeply, deeply grateful for the office's unrelenting ammoniac smell, which manages to smother this place's stench of putrid death. Sadly, it cannot stop you from feeling sick to your stomach, and not just because of the violence. Your not-so-stellar mental health often gives you a negative perception of your own body, but still you don't think you could stomach suggesting yourself to this in hopes of fixing that. You struggle to imagine how horrible it must be for the children who don't get to refuse. Regardless, the more pressing matter isn't an ethical one. It's finding the area's dispatch passcode disk, but that's easier said than done. This part of the hive is sprawling, with tons of nooks and crannies for baubles to be secretly tucked away. There's no telling where you should start looking. Least of all when all those rustling noises suggest you aren't alone. But that might work to your advantage, because there's one thing you need right now. It's a little bit of guidance from someone who knows the area better than you do. Ooh, laminated document? No luck. Damn. Prying the stranger's rigor mortis digits open, you find a list of handy-dandy reminders for scientists breeding doppelgangers from birth till deployment. You leave the Microchips behind, trying to forget the crackling of its stiffened fingers. Yuck. Yeah, this is just an outline. I think we gotta breed the babies. Gotta make them grow, give them the vitamins and minerals. They need electrolytes. It's what the plants crave. Alright. Footprints? Even if this costs you precious time when you have little to spare, efficiency is worth squat if you wind up dead. After identifying a series of blood shoe stains amid the carnage, you tiptoe along the stranger's trail. It's surprisingly easy to find the right path. Doppelganger prints can be ignored since they have no footwear, and most tracks left by Hive employees only make it a few steps. In the end, there's a single trail that looks remotely promising, which leads deeper into your cosmetics area. Yes, the abomination. It's what the abominations crave. As you slink your way into those steps, you're soon rewarded for your efforts. Just not in a fun way. Help! Please! They're trying to kill me, I don't want to die! A man, middle-aged, his screeching voice warped by terror and pain. Water. Soon after, his wails trail into wordless sobs, punctuated by bouts of gurgling as though choking on his own blood. The sound came from an isolated sector of the cosmetics area, which resembles a military barrack. A sign hangs above its massive sliding metal door, which reads, Skeletal Section. A fitting name considering your own bones are now rattling like maracas. Go in and save him. I've already been so sneaky. It's like, if I'm too sneaky, I might run out of time. If you're here to save the world, you might as well save an extra life while you're at it. Plus, your odds of destroying Spirit Corp won't improve if your only lead croaks. Turning at full speed towards the skeletal section, you prepare to take action. The dented metal door is heavy, groaning as you barely shove it open enough to wriggle your way in. The screech of rusty metals nips any attempt at subtlety right in the bud, but you're not worried about that. You're too busy noticing the skeletal section, true to its name, is full of human bones. Spinal cords and power cables dangle from the walls side by side, both glistening with red wetness in the room's dim light. See-through plastic tubs full of teeth and knuckle bones are stacked atop surgical trays, each container bearing a label like unbroken indexes or surface cavity molars. A variety of gruesome-looking metal devices are scattered across the floor, embedded into loose shin bones. They almost look like they're supposed to elongate the bones rather than fix their structures. Perhaps this is how Smyrna Corp makes their little doppelgangers match a target's exact height. And the reason you know this is because there is at least 2 of the creatures wearing those same devices in the room, currently staring you down with great interest. From the darkness, 4 bulbous, glistening black eyes peer your way. Their gray-skinned owners bathed in shadows and blood, both amid high-pitched chitters as they drag themselves along the ground, their hindquarters hampered by the bone-lengthening influence spearing through their legs. They don't seem aggressive, but neither did he seem afraid. It's too dark to tell if the screaming man is near them. If you want to find out, you'll have to get closer. Step forward, but be careful not to startle them. You move closely, but your heart beats at uncontrollable speeds. You have no clue how they'll react to your approach. Only that they regard you with extreme curiosity, almost like they're eager to meet you. As you get closer, you realize they might actually be eager to taste you. The doppelgangers are surprisingly small, roughly the size of 10-year-olds apart from their legs, which are stretched like cartoonish proportions by those heavy metal apparatuses. There are toys on the ground near them, like a straw doll and a frisbee, as though they were playing while awaiting surgery. But those games ended long ago. Now they huddle together over Smyrna Corp staffer's corpse. You cannot tell what killed him. His body is too mangled by the hundreds of humanoid bite marks whose teeth tore right through his lab coat. Confirming your suspicions, the doppelganger on the left wipes chunks of raw meat off their face and into their mouth. They chew, then swallow, then smile, showing off pointed, coarse, thick teeth. No one on the right, meanwhile, lets out a familiar scream. Help! Please, they're trying to kill me. I don't want to die. A perfect imitation of the man you heard earlier. Great. Just like the imitation you witnessed during Emiliano's lobotomy. You suspect the scientist has been dead for a long time. These two were probably just mimicking him. Damn. Like parrots repeating swear words without concern or consideration for the noise's meaning. Now those noises lured you into their den, and the doppelgangers couldn't possibly look happier about it, because you've arrived just in time for dessert. Fear grabs you by the throat, like the rope of a noose. You take a single step back, debating between fight, flight, or freeze. Thankfully, the second you back off, the doppelgangers lose interest, returning to their feast of Karen, imitating the man's dying gasp as they bite strips of skin off his ribcage. Perhaps the behavior is territorial to defend their food. Maybe they're inviting you to share and stop when you turn down the offer. All you know for sure is that you'll have to approach again, because the item you're looking for is on the floor behind them. A burnt orange floppy disk the size of a cutting board, caked in a brackish human waste near the room's opposite wall. No mistaking it, that's one of the dispatch passcode disks. The saddest thing to themselves is a video of a rescue parrot attacking its new owner, saying things like, "I'm not gonna hurt you and come here." Aww. It's like, it was probably traumatized. The only way to reach it is by getting past some feral test tube children with a hankering for human flesh. Better come up with a good plan, or you'll be turned into tartar, and you better figure something fast. Your 10 p.m. deadline is fast approaching. Taking things slow and steady could soon prove catastrophic. Yeah, poor thing. Sensing your hesitation, a doppelganger rears her head, speaking their victim's past words. You! What in God's name are you doing here? Good question. Might as well answer it. Whether with acquired tools or plain old-fashioned ingenuity. Ooh, I could poison them with the weird food! Let's go! You never hurt the baby bird. You're not sure how appealing this rancid caviar-based concoction is, especially after being smushed inside your pocket, but these doppelgangers are clearly food-motivated. With a little luck, this culinary abomination will be more appetizing than you. Please goes up like, I gave you 4 hours to stop my plans. Is this what you spent it doing? You hoist the not-so-tasty treat above your head, click your teeth until calling dogs to come get their kibble. Instantly, the two-leg-braced doppelgangers perk up their alien heads. Vanta black eyes fixated on your amuse-bouche. With drool cascading down their lips, throats rippling with famished chirrups. They crawl their way towards you, racing to get the first bite. Dominar, Johnny, welcome. We're feeding children. Hungry, hungry children. Uncertain if they hunger for sturgeon eggs or your liver, you fling the canapé away with a squeal. The tree lands in the room's corner with a salty-smelling squish. Becoming the ghoul whisperer. Ooh woo. Upon hearing their snack splatter, the two doppelgangers about face and ignore you entirely. Scrambling with all their might, scraping their bone-lengthening prosthetics across the floor, they race to fetch with their dessert. To play fetch with their dessert, play fighting each other the entire way. Their excitement would be charming if their jowls weren't dripping with bits of human innards. Yeah, salty. That caviar snack you chucked might well be their first proper meal since birth. Leaving the pair to their feasting, you rush toward the passcode desk, hoping to grab it and get out before they start asking for seconds. Yeah, it's like, good riddance to the weird food. Finally in arm's reach of your floppy disk-shaped prize, you breathe a long without sigh of relief. The whole section is Little Nightmare vibes. Yeah, right? You glance over your shoulder to make sure the cannibalistic doppelgangers, are they truly cannibals if they aren't humans? Won't jump you from behind, but they're quite clearly not paying attention from a respectable distance. Giving yourself a well-deserved pat on the back, you reach out to grab your reward. Only for someone else to grab it first. Hidden behind a veil made from dangling human spines, tiny gray-skinned fingers snatch the disc away. Damn it. The old bag gasps as the thief lets out a possessive hiss, retreating back to the depths of their hiding place. Big square is mine. Looks like you were so focused on surviving the first two doppelgangers, you failed to notice this one. Much like its hungry siblings, this specimen has deep black eyes, a slender, semi-flaccid frame, and large metal implements jammed into its shins to make it taller. But this one is undeniably more agitated. Looks at you not with curiosity, but with considerable distaste, maybe even dread. Judging by its diminutive size and general anxiety, it may have been excluded from its older sibling's feast. It appears warier of strangers on account of being too young to truly fight back. It may not have stolen the passcode disc out of petty possessiveness, but out of fear of what you do with it, or maybe even out of hunger. Mine! Mine! Better act quickly. Those pheromones you fired won't last forever. You want to find out how upset those doppelgangers will be once they wear off? How would I get a pheromone discharger? It's like, there's so many things where it's like, if you had this item, you would have this dialogue choice, and I'm like, how many different choices does this game have that I would get a pheromone discharger? Where would I find that? Then again, I wonder if maybe I went to, like, the substitution place? Because I never went to the substitution department. It's like, Melusine gave me the card, so I skipped that section. So maybe I would have gotten it there. I don't know. Like, but that's to speculate another day. Lead? Hostility will get you nowhere, and you don't have many bargaining chips. Begging will have to suffice. Besides, if fear is the main thing preventing this child from handing over that disc, at least you have paranoia in common, and common ground could go a long way. It's like, well, I didn't mean to. I think it's a case of you only go to 3 districts and then... And then you're given the thing, maybe. I don't know. I'm purely speculating because I don't actually know. I could be completely wrong. You calmly tell the doppelganger you mean it no harm, using slow, comforting gestures to suggest your pacifism is genuine. Whoops. You avoid saying anything that implies you'd steal the disc to make it seem as though your soul's concern is the toddler's comfort. That small technical consideration prevents the creature from becoming panicked. You see ropey muscles beneath his skin begin to unclench. Adults use the big square to send others to the surface. They never come back. You promise you won't do that if I give you the big square? Cross your heart and hope to die. Heck, your goal is to prevent any doppelgangers from ever going to the surface again. You even point to their older unharmed siblings as proof that you want to hurt anyone. The child looks past your shoulder towards its chipper twins who are still frolicking about joyously after your previous interaction. Although the specimen remains a bit suspicious, the fact that the others actually seem happy around you relaxes them considerably. After furrowing its hairless brow into a thoughtful scowl and ruminating for a brief moment, the anxious little doppelganger offers a surprisingly polite ultimatum. I'm hungry and scared. Give me somebody to fix that, and I give you the big square. Fair is fair. Crap, fair is fair. It's just a damn shame you don't have much you can afford to give. Then again, there is a lot of stuff strewn about the floor that could sate this doppelganger's desires. There's nothing in your pockets that might do the trick. You could improvise using a random object on the ground. But depending on what you choose, they may not earn you much goodwill. Yeah, I just used the weird food. Give it a foot. You're going to hell for this. Struggling out to vomit, you grab the waxy-skinned lump of human flesh, wondering if yours will feel the same once you die. You mime rubbing your tummy, pretending you can't wait to eat this. The doppelganger doesn't buy your act, but they accept the gift. I don't like eating leftovers, but I did promise, and a promise is a promise, right? Yeah, it's like, here's a brick. With the gift in hand, the little doppelganger gives you what was promised. The dispatch passcode disc falls to the ground with a limp, rubbery slap. You quickly pick it up before your new friend changes their mind. Yay, that makes 2. Better get back ASAP. Thanking the little doppelganger for your help, you bid them goodbye and good luck before preparing to sneak past the older siblings. Against all odds, the toddler returns your kindness, actually giggling as you leave. You're funny. You look like an adult, but you're not an adult at all. I hope the real adults don't notice. I'd hate for someone nice like you to get into trouble. Okay, first off, you absolutely are an adult, much to your chagrin. A rapidly aging one, too, judging by how stressful the last few days have been. And secondly, what do they mean by people noticing? That's twice now. That's twice. That's extremely sus. Unfortunately, you have neither the time nor the desire to stick around and ask. If you dwell for too long, you could soon play host to a few more gray-skinned lab babies happen to feel chummy, or worse, snacky. Let's get running before they do. Making your way out of the skeletal section, you shove the heavy metal door open and stagger back into the cosmetic area's horrific plaza. You breathe deep, expecting to taste fresh air after that blood-curdling encounter. Instead, you're treated to a waft of ammoniac and bowel-voided corpses. Yeah, it's like, I think we be the ghouls. God, you hope you'll see the sun again? Even just once would be amazing. It's not quite 10 p.m. yet, but if you keep a steady pace, you might just get your wish granted. And if not, well, you'd rather not think about it. Rushing back to the nursery's crossroads, you plan your next course of action, praying those distant doppelganger Europe's won't get any closer. Alright, back to the dispatch area, let's go! Finding your way back to the dispatch area is surprisingly easy. Those massive gleaming vault doors shine brighter than a lighthouse in the nursery's darkness. A beacon guiding you back to the safe harbor after sailing the hive's stormy, monster-infested seas. You make haste, running as fast as your tiny legs allow, precariously balancing your passcode discs upon your open palm. Not unlike a pizza delivery guy trying to carry 2 triple-topping pies. Only a few seconds left on the eat in 30 minutes or free timer. Damn, now that would have been an easier job. Think a delivery wouldn't pay nearly as well, but at least the stakes for running late would be less dramatic. A delayed pizza would only get you yelled at. This will get you yelled at and punished for the attempted sabotage of high profitable identity theft. Unfortunately, you're about to find just how harshly this company plans to punish your attempted sabotage. Not buying SMH. The earlier just referred to pizzas as pies. It's a pizza pie. You don't know the saying a pizza pie? Apparently they had to stop doing those deals because too many drivers got into crashes. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, don't want that to happen. Your thoughts are interrupted by a loud, rapid beeping blaring over PA loudspeakers. Reminds you of your chip's blood-curdling warning signals. But you know that this sound signifies something different. It's the alarm that always plays when it's closing time at the office. Party's over. Your 10 p.m. deadline's up. What happens next is anyone's guess. Shit. Yeah, but y'all don't know what flatbreads are. I know what a flatbread is. The thing is, pizzas have crust, like, curled up on the sides, while a flatbread is just flat. There is a difference. Your organs wriggle inside your belly, crawling towards your throat as though trying to escape your body and prevent their own impending corporate-ordained evisceration. Yeah, it's got the edges. Am I not a deep dish like the crust? It's like you have the crust that's on the outside, and it's like you can stuff it with cheese, and if you stuff it with cheese, you'd have to curl up the cheese. You pick up the pace, breaking into a full-on sprint. The dispatch area's computer terminal soon comes into view, no bigger than a speck on the hive's wide, brutalist horizon. You shout and wave to warn Melusine that you're coming, that you need to hurry up and get this over with before Rabuya rounds up unauthorized stragglers. But your shouting is only met with silence. As you close in on the mainframe, you soon understand why. The computer chair is empty, slowly spinning as though it were recently left in a hurry. Saint Saints is nowhere to be seen. All she left behind is a bright red handprint smeared across the screen, blotting out pixels with blood. Are you around here, girl? Despite budding hyperventilation and a fear quiver in your voice, you manage to fill your lungs enough to bellow a deafening Melusine! Your cry reverberates across the nursery's cavernous depths before fading into silence. It takes several seconds to receive a response. Of course, your response is a chorus of hungrily snarling doppelgangers. It's a crust pizza, a specific type of pizza, not the definition of a pizza as a whole. I'm not gonna waste time with pizza. Melusine's in danger. Their overlapping voices are a pack of cackling hyenas closing in for the overkill. There's no time to waste sitting around waiting for her to reappear. So you take meager comfort in the slender, sopping, wet red shoe prints leading away from the desk. It's a hint that your friend managed to escape and might still be hiding out there waiting for your return. All you do is pray that you'll reunite and make it back to the surface before this bad situation gets any worse. Yeah, just toss the pizza disc. Taking your seat at the Smeartech mainframe, you prepare to finish what Saint Saints started, only to see she left a message on the screen. Using her bloody handprint as a canvas, it seems that something slender, like a knife or nail, was used to write a sloppy message. I did it. You should have full access now. Insert the disk and it will display the full password. If you're dead, I'm sorry. If I'm dead, please promise you'll remember me. The last streak trails into nothingness. The painter fled mid-brushstroke. You're not sure what remembering refers to exactly, but it seems an ominous kind of note to leave. Quite literally dripping with finality. Fingers and so many... Yeah, Automod hates fingers. Dripping with finality. For now, you slide the massive floppy disks into the computer's equally massive drivers, waiting for the motherboard to process each one's data. After a few seconds of noisy buffering, the screen turns black, then displays a long sequence of brightly colored symbols. The highly coveted passcode needed to open the vault is... a bunch of threes. 8 pairs of threes. A fat, angry vein begins throbbing at your brow as you hold the Smirnocorp equivalent of using 1, 2, 3, 4 as a top secret security credential. One you risked your life and all 4 limbs to find. You didn't think it was possible, but you're even more excited to tear this company apart than before. Get me out of here! No auto mode. Figure of food does not mean figure of the food. Yeah. Like, no Automod. That's not what it means. Twitch itself even hides it for you. Keyboard response to your entry was a surprisingly dainty ding. The sound that follows is anything but. The vault comes open with a slow, heavy, grinding groan, like horizontal garage doors made of depleted uranium. It rumbles the floor, rattles the gestation pods, deafens the cries of doppelgangers who scurry away in startled silence. Steam vents through the opening, blasting you with a wall of blinding ice-cold fog, turning your skin into goose flesh. Then, in a matter of seconds, everything goes still once again. All that remains are plumes of fog, curling in like countless human fingers beckoning you inside. Mind you, if how mental more you can't type something in the chat because it has meth in the middle. Oh, God. Like, the good old Scunthorpe's problem. Whatever that means. No way in hell could Mezzaline miss that. If she's out there, she'll realize what must be happening and come to find you ASAP. In the meantime, all you need to do is find out what Smirnocorp wants to keep locked away so tightly. Not to mention what keeps making that bizarre ear-splitting noise. Oh, it's a town in UK. Okay. I'll give her another second. Because I don't want to risk her, like, being trapped. You count to 60. A minute-long chance for Melusine to appear to cry your name to emerge from the fog and ask what took so long. By the time you reach 99, screeching doppelgangers remind you that waiting is an option. Crossing the wall of frigid fog, you enter the dispatch area alone. I tried. Lincolnshire, okay. Got famous when residents could register for AOL accounts back in the day. Oh, okay. It's like, because it has the word cunt in it. I get it. Yeah. I lost my place. Something scrunches beneath your feet as you step inside, like a brittle sheet of permafrost, or fallen autumn leaves. Bellowing ice-cold steam gives way to pitch blackness and unfiltered access to the strange noise you overheard inside. The Danish town middle fart, probably. It strangely reminds you of a symphonic orchestra. One where every single musician is playing the same obnoxious, malfunctioning mechanical cello, emitting the same grating wail at metronomic regularity. A shame you can't see the damn musicians, though. As if responding to that raw desire, a spotlight bright lamp turns on. Ah! You shield your eyes as the world goes white, but you're not blinded at all. The light isn't that strong. The room just happens to be extremely, extremely pale, and for good reason. The whole thing is absolutely drowning in paper. Middle Fart is my new favorite town in the entire world. Yeah, same. The dispatch area is a barren, circular concrete chamber, roughly the size of a football field. Or at least you assume it's that big. Hard to tell when the walls are obscured by landfill-like piles of Smirnocorp paperwork. Billions upon trillions upon quadrillions of pages gathered into haphazard mounds the size of houses, scattered all across the floor like uneven carpeting. The real town, foreign Danish is with fair. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Sort of. Languages! A disheveled library of Alexandria, where every single bloody book is dedicated to maintaining the company's unfathomable bottom line. I wonder how St. Saints would feel standing before a monument like this. Powerless, most likely. No fair on your pillow, you'll get pink eye. Oh god. Yet, absurd as the amount of documentation is, there is even more of it being produced, seemingly without end in sight. Hundreds of giant printers the size of family sedans emit unceasing mechanical shrieks, grinding out new sheets of the stuff, one line of text at a time. Massive overstuffed binders lay strewn across the floor and atop shelves, some desperate bid to organize the impossible bureaucratic tide. As if mocking the pathetic attempt, the printer's most recent papers have begun burying those binders under even more pages. Bit farty. Pages that without exemption display a person's picture, some notable facts about their life, and a reason for deployment. A record of every doppelganger ever deployed in Smyrna Corp. I wasn't kidding about needing a flatbed truck to carry this home. You can get an entire convoy of delivery vans and it still wouldn't be enough. How are you supposed to figure out where the release specimen catalog is? It could be anywhere. Hell, it could be everything. Which part should you even take? The sheets. Strange pillars. The room is ringed by large, partially transparent plexiglass columns, roughly as wide as Mr. Bogard's shoulders. But upon closer inspection, their purpose appears functional, not structural. These are pneumatic tubes, once utilized by office workers to send encapsulated messages across several floors, nigh instantly. And these ones could easily do the same for full-grown human beings or full-grown doppelgangers. Dispatch area indeed. Printers? You get the feeling these printers haven't stopped for months. The machines rumble inconsistently, rattling like rusty trucks with bad suspension speeding down a gravel road. Each one radiates an absurd amount of heat, despite air conditioners and coolant hoses set up to prevent them from burning out. That must be where all the cold steam comes from. Yeah, stop the presses! Binders. Hidden behind ribbons of unseparated printing paper, rows upon rows of plastic binders rest on bookshelves, looking pathetic next to the paperwork blizzards around them. Each one's spine is labeled with a sticker, documenting their respective contents. Descriptions vary between date ranges, nationalities, and whether or not replacements were performed with target's consent. Vast majority assume we're not. Papers you trampled? Most of them have been stained by your dusty blood shoe soles. There's still a lot of shocking stuff just beneath your feet. Famous actors, environmental activists, musicians you loved as a teen. The gang's all here. Some even show up multiple times. Fun! Smyrna Corp must have butchered them several times over to ensure their lobotomized replacements turned out just right. Yeah, who would consent to be replaced? Probably evaporation clients. Yeah, that's what I figured. They probably use them as, like, their replacements, like, sleeper agents or something. It would take weeks to go through all this. Years, even. You have minutes at most. Luckily, this scavenger hunt may have a simple solution. And we will find out that solution after I pee. So I will be back after these commercial messages. Yeah, it's like, might even be why they started making doppelgangers in the first place. Yeah, it's like, based on what Cosmo said, yeah, it's like, everything, the evaporation department is pretty much the oldest department, and that's kind of how the company was founded, so, more or less. But yeah, we'll investigate this more after I pee. Pee! Alright, I'm back. And thank you for the follow. Domo, welcome. Let me see here. Okay. A full printed record of the company's centuries-long history isn't necessary to fulfill L's plan. You just need enough of it for the public to acknowledge Microchips meddling. And there's more of that than you can possibly ask for, all of it written black on white. All you have to decide which part of the incriminating hoard will make the biggest scandal. He's like, what? Welcome. Why are we trampling on papers? Because we rushed on in here. I think binders would probably be the easiest to carry. Considering the catastrophic clutter of Microchips' best-kept secrets, the parts people deemed worth documenting should contain the juiciest info. Scanning the labels opposed to the spines of each binder, you search for the most scandalous-sounding one of the bunch. You skim titles at random, knowing full well you can't sparse them at all. Some are written in Morse code, others are blandly misspelled Hebrew, and one just lists GPS coordinates, none of which strike you as especially outrageous, until you find one that claims to contain high-risk internal units, followed by the current year. Now that sounds like a headline grabber. Look at the book-shaped loop beneath your arm, you manage an anxious, excited laugh. This may not be the released specimen catalog, but it's something. Yeah, it was fine. I washed my hands. You sure hope Melusine will be proud of this choice. Her expertise on this would have made this easier. Not to mention less stressful. Or lonely. Probably if I didn't waste so much time, she probably wouldn't have died. Well, I could only assume she's dead. Maybe. I don't know. We haven't seen her body yet. The blood on her body is not... The blood she left behind is not a good sign, is all I'm saying. Eager to meet back up with her, preparing to make your great escape, you charge back through the ice-cold fog, making a beeline to the elevators. Yeah, it did say that there were footprints, so I think she just ran away. Only be stopped in your tracks by a statuesque figure, standing by the computer terminal. You cannot make out their features in the nursery's dim light. There's no mistaking the massive proportions of that familiar behemoth, nor the chilling color of those resentful eyes. No! Yeah, the monitor was bloody before you got there. No, but she wrote a message in blood. Like, it's like she added more blood onto the computer. Mr. Bogard has come to make good on his promise, and declared all would-be trespassers unable to follow his instructions. But he seems extremely disappointed to discover the trespasser is you. You squeeze the binder against your chest, almost holding it like a shield. Your heartbeat thumps against the cover even faster than Melusine's fingers would tap at a typewriter. Obuya's fingers, meanwhile, are curled around something in his hands. Something dark, smooth, and roughly the size of a basketball. What a shame. The evening was off to such a lovely start. I truly hoped you wouldn't make it to strike 3, let alone like this. Unauthorized overtime is one thing, but treason? The man's thundering voice loses its velvet softness as it reverberates across the hive. The angry storm lurking beneath his calm facade rumbles louder and louder. He takes a few steps towards you, polished shoes clacking against concrete. You clutch the catalog tighter, some desperate primal instinct urging you to run, but you're petrified by the giant's expression. Brigard always wielded authority like a nuclear weapon, concealed by a genuinely enthusiastic smile. But now you've threatened the stability of the company he loved so dearly. Lied to him time and time again, disobeyed his warnings, failed to meet his modest standards. For the first time since you've met him, the mirth of his once twinkling smile is nowhere to be seen. Was the dead body of the person who bled the computer still there when you arrived? I don't know. Frankly, I always had this nagging feeling I should be keeping an eye on you despite your exceptional evaluation results. After all, employee performance is just, well, performance. It can be taught to those who haven't learned it and faked rather easily by any half-decent actor. Meshing with office culture, meanwhile? That is a much more difficult thing to pantomime. Credit where credit is due. You had me fooled for a time. But in the end, I suppose there really is no cure for such fatal personality flaws. You either belong here, or are made to. The hatred that drips from the man's statement is unlike anything you've heard before. There's no undertone of expectation, appreciation, or inevitability this time. Only hurt and rage, barely kept at bay by well-honed managerial calm. Composing himself, Bogard nods at a stack of papers clutched within your trembling arms. Now then, will you put your confidential company property back to its rightful place and earn back some of your goodwill? Or shall I be obliged to train a new employee by using your surgery as an example? Double down on the shitting. I really got a shit, dude. Being relieved from an especially traumatic bowel movement, you explained that by pure coincidence, every single toilet in the building was occupied, forcing you to come here. And then, whoops, you got trapped. Thank goodness Abuya came to save you. Yeah, you don't buy it either. Upon hearing your statement, something in Abuya changes. It's subtle at first. His anger-warped face contorts into the barest hint of a smirk, or perhaps a sneer. It starts to shudder. You want me a faint smile? Far uglier and far crueler than the one you're used to. Not an elegant, scythe-like crescent, but the crooked blade of a guillotine, chipped from overuse. Finally, without warning, the giant bursts into a fit of laughter. Not the fake play kind you were so accustomed to, but genuinely hilarity you never believed such a compulsively professional person capable of. And complete with the slapping of thighs and the wiping of tears. So, I'm sorry, friend. Didn't mean to mock you there. It's just that Saint Saints told me the exact same insolent nonsense earlier. And I love silly coincidences. Oh god, she's dead. The giant's laughter comes to an end with a wistful, almost weary sigh. He looks to the dark sphere in his hands, gently petting it with his knuckles, the way one would an affectionate cat. That woman was something special, you know. Never before had I met someone capable of bottling her emotions so impeccably, of performing her duties to perfection despite suffering from so much trauma, all while wearing an unflinching smile. Fear might have consumed her, but she was strong enough to grin and bear it for nearly a decade's tenure. Employees like that only come once a century. Granted, I don't think she ever loved this work the way I did, but I do believe that, if only for a moment, I had found a kindred spirit in her. An individual as dedicated to Smyrna Corp's success as I was, willing to force herself to change for efficiency's sake in spite of her problematic, replacement-worthy hang-ups. But I should have known better. People are too complicated for things to ever play out so conveniently. Not unless you fix them. Abuya tosses his dark orb your way. Oh god! You flinch, expecting danger or perhaps death, but it lands harmlessly at your feet with a soft, slightly damp thud. At first, you can't quite tell what the glossy black object is. It's not metal or plastic, nor even wood. In fact, it's silky, not unlike the well-groomed fur of a small, spherical mammal with an equally small, spherical tail. It's not a tail. A tail that looks like human hair, tied into a dainty bun. No! Fuck! I didn't save her in time! Ah, I messed up. The consequences of my actions. Melusine? Yeah, what a shame. Because I did look up where I was just to see how much was left. And I noticed when I was looking at someone else's video for comparison, the chapter started with me running into Melusine, and I was like, wait, this person's playthrough, they ran into her. I didn't. That's bad. So you can save her if you're wondering. Probably. I just made the wrong choices. So if you're wondering if this is a canon event, no. I fucked up. You hear yourself whisper the name, despite not wanting to speak. You feel yourself want to vomit, despite your throat being clenched tight. You tell yourself this is impossible, even though it's right in front of you. Yeah, it's canon in my story. But there's no mistaking her tired face. That sleepless, baggy, black-ringed gaze peeking out from beneath her bangs, the sickly pale hue of her skin made paler by lack of blood. The terror she always tried to hide now carved into her face forever. The only thing that seems to be missing is her rigid grin, but that's because Bogard removed it by ripping her lower jaw off her severed head, leaving only a limp tongue dangling past her upper teeth. Damn, brutal, Mortal Kombat bullshit. You even see bloody fingerprints dappling her cheeks like blush, marking where the behemoth gripped then pulled her apart. A single bulging milky eye stares at you, up at you from the ground, as if to ask why. You have no answer for your fallen friend, other than to stand there weeping. With a scoff, Abuya steps forward, removing a handkerchief from his breast pocket and wiping his fingers clean. Do you remember what I told you, right after our interview when I suggested that you learn to enjoy this job? I told you not to attempt suicide as a way to escape. It wouldn't amount to anything, since we just replace you anyway. You would have only inconvenienced my part of the job. Therefore, at last the behemoth is close enough to see clearly. His body is even bigger than you last remembered and slathered in blood from head to toe. A length of Melusines intestines hangs from his neck like a priest's stole, and the crimson-dyed tweed of his suit ripples as the massive muscles twitch beneath, aching to begin the hunt. Jesus Christ, he's wearing her organs like a scarf! I haven't seen that shit since Togeno Nochi. Good lord. His face, meanwhile, bears an expression of extreme glee, unlike any you've seen a human being make before. And at least in that game, the excuse was drugs. This man has no excuse. The glee of a demon born to serve the devil named Smirnocorp. The glee of a person who unironically loves their job. Jesus Christ! I suggest you hold still and let me get this over with quickly. Either detecting fear obeying the giant's orders, your microchip begins beeping like a siren. Before you can even glance at it, as the demon lunges for you faster than anything you've ever seen. Screaming at the top of your lungs, you run for your life! The chase! You don't know he's not hell on drugs this time. He could be on drugs. Who the hell knows? The chase. On the day of your interview, Mr. Bogard asked how you would stop a speeding locomotive from crushing hapless victims tied to its rattling tracks. At the time, your answer has been sensible and pleased the giant greatly. But it's a shame your prior solution won't suffice to stop the giant himself, because he's far more dangerous than any runaway trolley. Fueled by torrents of adrenaline, you've retreated to the education area, almost if by instinct. Some primal prey animal impulse driving you to seek shelter among forking paths and narrow halls, hoping they would slow your pursuer, or improve your odds of escape, not unlike a hare seeking its burrow when chased by a hungry fox. Unfortunately, foxes can dig burrows, too. Yeah, we can. Mr. Bogard tunnels after you, lured by the ceaseless beeping of your non-disclosure microchip. His fangs are closing in to snap your rabbit, frail neck. You can't run forever, friend! Disciplinary action is inevitable. The tweed behemoth's monstrous voice thunders across the hive, but his rampage is even louder. Though he barely fits inside the area's claustrophobic halls, the steel and concrete structures pose no obstacle whatsoever. His shoulders shatter walls to rumble as he turns every corner. His stomping feet shatter the floor and fissure cement. His massive hands rip lockers and doors off their hinges, both crumbling like tissue paper with a shriek of wending metal. If he catches you, your bones will crumble the same way. And as his demented laugh grows closer, you fear that fate might befall you much sooner than later. Unable to compete in terms of speed, let alone physical strength, you resolve to take the most winding routes possible, in a bid to slow the giant down, but the gamble has proved pointless. Not only is Bogard bigger and stronger than you, but he knows the layout of these tunnels better than you ever will. No matter what maneuvers you attempt, he'll always find some way to cut you off or corral you to a dead end. You can't run like this forever, and there's even less hope of hiding when your microchip is making such a racket. Unless Melusine's headless ghost suddenly appears to guide you, nobody is coming to save you. You need a plan, right now. One to widen the distance between you and Abuya, if only for a couple seconds. That alone might let you reach the elevators and live to see another day. Or at least to send this world-saving catalog L's way. Pressing the novel thick list of deployed doppelgangers to your chest, you scour your surroundings for a promising escape route. The meteor-tearing classroom screens flicker up ahead. Power cables that once fueled its electric chairs dangle from the ceiling, sputtering streams of sparks. Not exactly the brightest of rays of hope you ever seen, but they might be just enough. More protein powder on the wires to start a fire! It's literally all I have. Based on the taste, you're pretty sure this protein powder is dry enough to be flammable, kind of like black powder. Unscrewing the cap of your muscle-adorned tub, you spill as much chocolate-flavored nutritional sand as possible into the cackling cables. God, imagine if I had, like, none of these. I would be so fucked. The result is nigh instantaneous. After a high-pitched hiss and a sound of, like, popping corn kernels, the hallway behind you bursts into flames. The blaze spreads along the walls and ceiling, trailing along exposed wires like TNT fuses, making unlit bulbs above you explode in a burst of burning glass. Whew! Shielding your head from the shearing rain and patting out a small fire on your sleeve, you risk a glance behind you. Sure enough, the flames have spread quickly, forming a wall between you and Abuya, one that only grows thicker with every passing second. Unfortunately, Bogard appears even less inconvenienced than a grouchy grandfather complaining about a misused thermostat. He steps through the inferno as though it were nothing, emerging from the fire with a partly charred suit and skin peeling from third-degree burns. His sick smile stretched wider than ever. Stooping the vandalism, are we? Tisk, very naughty. I'll have to adjust my punitive measures accordingly. And with that, the demon resumes his chase, charging through the spreading flames without any pain or self-preservation. You let out a horrified scream, picking up your neck-break pace. At this rate, you'll be burned alive along with long before Bogard can crush your skull. And worse yet, this suicidal stunt has caught a lot of potential side paths you could have used to escape. Fuck! Still, there's no choice but to keep going. Your only hope is for this hellfire to funnel you to safety rather than directly into the jaws of death. Praying that the heat will somehow incapacitate Abuya before he can catch up, you rush into the great unknown, keeping the high flammable catalog close to your chest. He is a big man. Let's squeeze. No matter how strong the man may be, there's no way he can follow you into crawl spaces or cracks in the walls. Not without slowing down anyway. You just need to live long enough to find the right nook or cranny. As you approach the forky path ahead, you wait until the last possible second before taking a sharp turn. Abuya apparently was expecting the sun to change of direction. Till it hit the brakes in time, he hits a wall head-on. Bonk. Domo, Shadow Man, welcome! Thank you for 101 biddies. I go to much. Thank you. Wizard 101. Never played the game. But thank you for the biddies. Welcome. The sound is like a skyscraper being brought down by demolition charges. Lumps of concrete collapse from above, burying the giant under broken cement. Water. Blow my nose. A moment of stillness and silence where a native part of you suspects the behemoth may be dead and your nightmare's over. The solace is shortly lived as Bogard bursts forth from the rubble, bruised and bloodied but unbothered. Back at the whole Tweedledee chase in audiobook style so far. Yeah, I'll take another ship. Seems I'm getting a little too excited. I can't be damaging company property like this, or I'll be the one requiring punitive measures. A thunderous cough rises from his throat, dripping with more diabolic glee than ever. Without so much as a dizzied limp, Abuya resumes his pursuit, his unceasing charge more locomotive-like than ever. As you scamper your way through the winding corridors, your chest feels like it's about to burst, but you keep running nonetheless, hoping Bogard never gets close enough for you to find out what he's actually made of. Time passes, exhaustion worsens, your surroundings change, but the distance between you stays the same. Turns out hiding wasn't a great choice. You tried finding narrow crevices in which to escape Abuya, from hiding in lockers to crawling through air vents. However, even though Bogard couldn't fit in those spaces, he could tear them apart. Crumbling fistfuls of concrete into grayish sand are folded cast iron like origami paper. Shouldn't have the option to troll him by, like, that's strike one! And then you beat him by making him get strike 3 so he destroys himself. If only it were so that simple. In short, not only has your plan backfired, you've also ended up in the least secretive location in the entire nursery, the cosmetic area's empty plaza. Worse yet, you're starting to run out of breath. It's only a matter of time now until Abuya lays his hands on you, and then pulls its disparate parts apart. Blech. Nowhere to hide, friend! Why'd I return that stolen catalog without a fuss, A display of willful obedience would make for far fewer flaws in need of correction once I finally get around to your replacement! The demon's laughter rumbles the nursery halls, making you feel like the whole building could suddenly cave in. Never has his velvet thunder voice sounded more catastrophically meteorological in scope, nor has his tremendous strength seemed more like a force of nature. Combining the finesse of an Olympic sprinter with the obstructive potential of a speeding 18-wheeler with malfunctioning brakes, Abuya charges through every operating table standing between you. Good lord! Surgical equipment is shouldered aside, ripped out of the ground and sent skidding across the floor. The dead bodies of his co-workers are mashed to scarlet pulp beneath his shoes, painting his toothy grin dark red. Jesus Christ, man. And even when his rampage gets peppered with used needles, or nicked by broken bone saws, the man never flinches, never slows down the slightest. This man cannot get AIDS. Here's Booyah! He just keeps gunning for you, trivializing your every attempt to flee, cutting you off long before you can even try to head for the elevators. And even as exhaustion threatens to make you faint, you realize that something about his behavior doesn't make any sense. If he's fast enough to get ahead and cut off your escape routes, why isn't he fast enough to just get this over with? What's the point of letting this game of cat and mouse continue? The only explanation you could think of is that there's a purpose to all of this. Not just play for play's sake, but some sort of corralling. Funneling you into a corner where there'll be no hope of our escape, where your carcass can be disposed of according to obscure company policies. Guys, the basically every attempt to shut your Housemates episodes. Good lord. How terrifying. Where he means to lead you, you can't quite tell, but you suspect the man's hubris could be used to your advantage. Play along. See what happens. Because there are doppelgangers around. I don't know. Maybe we could figure something out with that. I don't know. You put on a convincing performance of thoughtless fear, keeping Bogard from catching on to your scheme. It's rather easy considering you're actually too terrified to think straight. Would have done the unexpected? Well, that's your choice. Meanwhile, I've made so many mistakes, I might as well just lock in. After a few awkward course corrections, you realize where Abuya has been leading you. The Dian hasn't been keeping you away from the elevators. He's been luring you towards the most dangerous room in the entire hive. A large, rectangular metal structure, similar to an enemy's barracks, one with a half-open door made from gnarled steel. Or gnarled metal. Blech. Distorted snarling imperative voice could be heard on the other side. The skeletal section, where meat-starved doppelgangers await their next meal. Again, we could use this to our advantage. Seems Abuya wants you to choose. Either surrender peacefully and return to Cadillac now, or he'll fish the binders, undigested pages out of those monster stomachs. Yet all is not yet lost. You could still turn this to your advantage. Last time you were in there, you basically befriended one of the silver-skinned creatures. You might be able to call them for help and ask for potential backup. At the very least, you could convince them to leave you alone while fleeing the oversized supervisor. What's the most surprised shock you could make your model look? Go, Yeah, it's like, I don't have, like, the dialed pupils that some models do. So that's about as close as I can get. Like, it's close enough. It's pretty, it gets the job done. You just go, and then you're done. Social aptitude. I don't know if that's a good one, though. Yeah, transform his face looking surprised. Like, I want to look for my buddy. During your first visit, you earn the young monster's trust and appreciation. With a little luck, they'll still be around and able to convince their kindred to defend you against Bugard. Sadly, you ran out of luck a long time ago. Because the second you squeeze yourself through the warped well door, you realize skeletal section has grown far more populated since your last visit. Those two doppelganger children from before are still crowded around the dead scientist's corpse, crawling on all fours with bone-like devices jutting down from their semi-flaccid legs, but now they're accompanied by a dozen other children, likely lured by noises and promises of fresh meat. And all these newcomers are standing upright without anything to stop them from sprinting at you. The moment you enter, countless pairs of pitch black eyes whip towards you, glinting with animal hunger. Blood and drool dribbles down their gray-skinned chins, slender tongues licking their chops in anticipation. The carcass behind them has been reduced to less than bones. Seems to arrive just in time to become a palate cleanser. Shrieking at the top of your lungs, you rush to take cover behind a curtain of spinal cords, praying they'll protect you from the ravenous horde. The doppelgangers shriek as well, forming a united chorus of overlapping imitated voices. Desert me! Desert me! Silver-skinned children crash into the curtain of replacement bones, scattering loose vertebrae and buckets of phalanges across the floor. Their cacophony like an orchestra of off-creek marimbas. A what? With ravenous savagery, they scramble over one another when some desperate bestial bid to take the first bite. Normally, it'd stand no chance at outrunning these monsters, but they're far too busy fighting each other to realize their would-be treat is getting away. You close in on the skeletal section's exit and reach for the door handle, but before you can open it, desert me mine! Instrument? I don't know. Tuba? From behind a plastic tub of rotting Theodore-esque teeth, ew, a much smaller doppelganger leaps out of the shadows. It's the one you helped before, reduced to a state of animalistic insanity. All logic has faded from its eyes, all loyalty emptied from its memory, leaving it as blindly starved as all the others. Its mouth stretches open, lips slick with hungry drool. You try darting out of the way, shove for the child not to do this, raise your forearm in some reflexive attempt to shield yourself from the pain. A big wooden xylophone-looking thing. Okay. The creature's needle-like puncture teeth. The creature's needle-like teeth puncture it like a bed of nails. You hear yourself let out a shriek. Your punctured muscles gushing juices like an overripe grape. Ooh woo. I must ask you a question, but I'm shaving it for later. Painful suction pressure builds around the child's lips, avidly gorging itself on your blood. It yanks its head back with all its might, peeling sinew off your bones, eating you alive. In a matter of seconds, maybe less, a dozen more creatures will join our feast. And if they don't kill you, Abuya will. You can't escape. It hurts too much to think. It hurts too much to breathe. Hurts too much to even grasp just how badly the pain really is. But you have to do something. Focus on the door. We might have to lose an arm for this. You reach for the handle, pulling against the child's bite. A tendon inside you snaps like a rubber band pulled too tight. You bawl your eyes out, retching from pain and revulsion, tugging the door with all your might. You don't need that arm anyway. It doesn't budge a single inch, never will with just one hand. You let out a wail, begging for the swarm to hurry and get this over with. But against all odds, the rabid little doppelganger suddenly lets you go. In fact, it practically spits you out. You try not to look at what's left of your limb, nor to wonder if a chunk of flesh that size can be reattached without nerve damage. Instead, you looked on, bewildered as the run of the litter begins hacking up your blood with unmitigated disgust. Behind you, the once ravenous swarm of doppelgangers has come to a complete standstill. Their bulbous black eyes darted between your mangled arm and their sputtered sibling. Not one takes a step forward to finish what the others started. They merely look on in complete silence, a mix of awe and alarm furrowing their barren brows. After a few more bouts of dry heaving, the youngest of the bunch seems to regain their hunger-altered senses. Wait, you again? Ah, I knew you weren't an adult! You didn't taste like one at all! You taste like a graduate! Yeah, it's like, it's been, you basically told us multiple times that we are one of you. We are a doppelganger. We just forgot, I guess. Its silvered-skinned siblings ooh and ah in reverent recognition, as though it spoke of royalty or perhaps a divine being. Why does he know what a graduate tastes like? I guess if we don't know. You meanwhile about to pass out from blood loss and feel nowhere near so grandiose. Passing out, honestly, wouldn't be so bad right now. At least then you wouldn't have to keep running yourself ragged or wondering what the hell is going on. Before you could give in, however, Obuya enters the quieted room. You better not have bled on that catalog, friend! Otherwise I'll be forced to make your punishment even! The smiling demon's words trail off as he witnesses the bewildered scene before him. You standing, partially eaten, surrounded by an emaciated gang of suddenly docile doppelgangers. Doppelgangers who have turned their attention solely onto him. Maybe you have some luck left after all. Capitalizing on the distraction, you implement your initial plan. Scream at the top of your lungs that this man is a surgeon trying to run experiments on you. Before Brigard can contradict that, the doppelgangers react with renewed fury. Adult wants to hurt the graduate! Adult wants to hurt us! Protect the graduate! Kill the adult! Eat the adult! Eat it! Just eat it. Yeah, it's like, I had a feeling we could, get this result. Not exactly how we would have preferred, but it still happened. Desert me! Desert me! And just like that, the children lunge at the behemoth. Obuya flinches, too confused to choose between fight or flight, and that moment's hesitation costs him dearly. Like a school of frenzied piranhas gorging themselves on a side of beef, the swarm of lab-bred creatures attack the giant from all sides, biting every inch of flesh they can, chewing through Brigard's cheeks, sinking their fangs into his calves, ripping apart his fine tweed suit to chew on the biceps beneath. Oh, thank God he's gonna die. Hopefully. I had to lose an arm for this, but it was totally worth it. Obuya roars, wrath and agony intermingled. He swings his fists like wrecking balls, grabs doppelgangers by the scruff of their necks and flings them off his body. But whenever one falls, two more take its place, gnawing even more desperately at their oppressor turned aperitif. The children are relentless, tearing the once monolithic man to tatters, one mouthful at a time. Unlike you, this particular victim appears to taste delicious. Nim 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 nim. It's still worth it if we bleed to death. We'll worry about that later. I'm willing to stick around to find out why. You cradle both your butchered arm and bloody catalog, wrenching the back door open. You scurry out, urged on by the giant's cries. He keeps trying to seize you even while being devoured alive, but no matter what he does, he can't prevent you from escaping. Thank you, brothers! Though your words are heartfelt and genuine, the lab-bred children are too engrossed by the live buffet for them to heed your words. You can't help but feel that they've taken great pride in defending you. Slamming the skeletal section's back door shut, you limp out of the cosmetics area, making your way to the elevators with the released specimen catalog in hand. You do not turn around with Brigard's raging bellows turned into high-pitched screams. Sayonara. Your treason-detecting microchip echoes across the now silent nursery. Under the sound of your own footsteps, wetly slapping against concrete, there's little else for you to hear other than the bubbling rumble of innumerable gestation pods, dotting your road to the exit. You have no idea how it hasn't injected you with the Bronium-210 yet. Borodinium. Either the technicians who built it were total hacks, or leaving your supervisor to die as small potatoes in the cutthroat world of Smirnocorp. Part of you suspects it might be both. Then again, it could just be the bloodlust talking. Any exhaustion, any lightheadedness, any adrenaline. No more Lord Vampry, welcome, how you doing? And the fact that you're mildly disassociating about almost getting eaten alive, but you have your forearm still dangling off the bone. That was a rough night. So rough that it barely feels real. Piece of you still wishes it wasn't. But if this were all just a bad dream, you could keep convincing yourself that Melusine is still alive, instead of remembering that glassy eye staring at you from her severed head. The fact that she's gone hasn't quite sunk in yet. You haven't been able to mourn her loss, let alone process the fact that you somehow survived. You just feel numb. Well, empty, unlike my nose. Addled by an avalanche of overstimulated neurotransmitters, still recovering from an overwhelming panic-induced high. You're too tired to feel triumphant. You with the key to saving humankind resting in your hands, printed on cheap white paper. Maybe it's because the catalog makes for an underwhelming prize. You still try to feel excited about it, hoping enthusiasm pushes you forward or lets you ignore the urge to collapse on the floor, where you'd possibly sleep forever. It's a few more steps and no one will have to suffer the way you or Melusine did ever again. Your ever-annoying microchip beeps at you again, chastising you for such treasonous thoughts. You sure hope destroying Smear Corp will destroy this thing too. And of course Taffy wants to jump on my lap. Come on, kitty. Otherwise, you'll have to be very careful in discussing your experiences at the company when you inevitably look for work elsewhere. Oh, shit, that's right. Once the company is toppled, you'll need to look for a new job. Not that long ago, the prospect of more job hunting would have driven you to taking a long bath with a 4-slice toaster. But near-death experiences have a way of changing people, because now the thought only fills you with unexpected enthusiasm. What exactly do you plan to do once you're out of here? Yeah, become a teacher, a cat, or a counselor, because those gray little children are going to need therapy. After lobotomies, covers up, and who knows what else, you want to do a little good for the world. Be someone who guides children into the uncharted Smear Corpless future, creating stronger foundations for the... Taffy. For the liberated human race. I'm going to Disney World! We need to tone that down on your cover letter, though. Maybe it's the dopamine rushing through your system, or maybe it's the fact that this place has actually driven you completely insane. But somehow, despite the microchip blinking in your palm, the blood dripping from your clothes, and the dead bodies around you, you begin to laugh. A bright, chipper, earnest chuckle you haven't heard yourself utter in weeks. And for the first time in a long time, you actually feel confident that tomorrow will be better. And it feels amazing. What? Tut-tut! You shouldn't celebrate a home run before crossing fourth base. Your heart stops. Your lungs empty. Your blood turns to antifreeze. There's a moment of total disbelief or petrifying terror. It lasts less than a second. And that's more than the giant needs. It's like, oh, come on! The Jason pod on your left explodes in a shower of shrapnel and broken glass. A Booyah Brigade barrels through it, rushing in for the kill after stalking you from the shadows. Kind of expected him to survive. Yeah, but, you know, you wish he was eaten. You shield your eyes and try to run, but it's already too late. One hand, the behemoth seizes you by the neck, slamming you against another Jason pod so hard that the plexiglass cracks. The dormant doppelganger within shudders from the impact. On the other hand, he grabs hold of your arm and squeezes until you drop the catalog, then keeps squeezing until something else cracks. The limb that doppelganger had been was bad enough already, but it's about to get much worse. As the Booyah crushes your forearm, you feel your flesh swell like a bubble, then pop and gush out leaking warmth. Your delicate bones snap into halves, then thirds, then fourths, fracture after fracture, until all that's left are tiny shards, no bigger than the glass on the floor. The sensation in your limb is all-consuming, excruciating excoriation. It doesn't even feel like an arm anymore, more like a load of sodden laundry peppered with bits of gravel somehow attached to your shoulder. Your jaw unhinges to howl with pain, but no sound can cross your lips, no air can leave your lungs. The Bradwurst's thick fingers throttling your throat will not let you breathe. Come now, can't you handle this with a little dignity? Just look at me! I'm managing the situation with calm and composure, aren't I? No! There's nothing composed about the smile stretched across the man's face, and there's nothing calm about the demented twinkle in his colder than ice eyes. All I can do is wonder how the fuck he's even still standing with wounds like those! Yeah, this is strike 3! The behemoth's tweed suit has been reduced to bloody rags like by sharp fangs, many of which were ripped off their owner's gums, spackling what remains of his outfit like pins. Entire mouthfuls of flesh are missing from his shoulders, neck, stomach, and calves. Part of his left pectoral has been torn away, revealing the pale ribcage and thrumming organs beneath. 2 of the digits on the right hand have been bitten clean off, and his bare scalp is as pockmarked with injuries as the moon is with craters. A doppelganger's severed head dangles from his triceps by its teeth, the creature unwilling to unclench its bite even after death. The bodies of its fallen siblings have been mashed into pulp, leaving a trail of silvery gore behind Obuya like the mucus of a snail. You cannot tell if the little one who saved you is among the ones turned into mashed meat. Despite it all, Bogard is laughing, enjoying his horrific job with every fiber of his demonic being, and now he's about to enjoy it more. I suggest you follow company policy and cease any unauthorized resistance, friend. This will be so much gentler if you do. Pressure builds inside your head as Bogard presses you harder against the gestation pod. Tears trickle down your purpling face and over the giant's fingers, which are now strangling you to death while your ruined arm gushes blood. You're going to die. But not like this. Please not like this. Please. Bite him. You gag as your tongue presses against the bloody stump of a finger some doppelganger already ate. You force yourself to squeeze despite it, biting down with all your might, but to no avail. How were your puny teeth supposed to succeed where those cannibalistic children failed? How could you be so selfish? I gave you employment, a purpose, a workplace, family, but you threw it all away. And for what? Pointless morals, the preservation of a miserable existence, fear of what your replaced self could really achieve? Tell me! The demon's hatred fills the room like a crack of earth-shattering lightning. But the two sounds following that thunderous clap scare you far, far more. First, this distant chirping and feet rustling on concrete, as a pack of feral doppelgangers call out to each other across the hive, sending each other signals about nearby wounded prey. The second noise is a much simpler one. Much more familiar, much closer to you, and rather telling of your true feelings. Your microchip's warning signal draws Bogard's stare towards your crushed arm's palm. Of course, our non-disclosure violation policy should have killed you long ago, but technological advancement is a fickle executioner. This is why I tell people the human element is core to our work. It's the only thing preventing bad eggs like you from destroying the entire company. Well, I suppose I'll just have to do this manually. Unclenching your arm ever so slightly, Abuya raises a massive, blood-smeared thumb, then pushes it against your palm. And pushes, and pushes. Pressure starts to tear your hand right down the middle. Like a piece of boiled crab meat being squeezed out of its shell. Cartilage and nerve endings are raveled together in a bloody, butcher-tangled mess. You squeal, scream, kick, and claw. Anything you think of to make the suffering end, but it's not enough to stop the pain, let alone the noise. When your microchip was first installed, it felt like Mr. Bogard's handshake was piercing right through your hand. Today he's turning it inside out instead, to remove the defective device by force and eject its borodinium 2-210 charge himself. You already see its glowing green containment capsule, and a twinkling silver needle, poking out of your gouged open flesh. It's like I didn't drop anything. I still got stuff. You getting sleepy? Alright, then go eat. You have something to do right now. Something that can neutralize Bogard, get you away from these doppelgangers, and let you escape alive with the catalog and tow fast. Because if he doesn't succeed in terminating your career, those dozens upon dozens of flaccid-faced monstrosities crawling your way with slobbering abandon will finish the job. Time for you to take a gamble with your life and death as wagers. Sacrifice my hand. It wasn't doing me any good anyway. The man said it himself. It's a nigh untraceable neurotoxic isotope capable of causing total organ shutdown with a fraction of a second. The odds of this actually working are almost zero, but no matter how durable Booyah is, even he won't be able to survive this. With a bestial, throat-wrenching wail, you use every last drop of strength and willpower to shove your split-open palm against the Booyah's grip. The sensation defies description. The effort burns your deflated muscles. Your palm bends over itself backward until the knuckles of your unresponsive fingers kiss the back of your wrist. Tendons pop like wood coals spilling out of your open wounds. But you don't stop. You can't. Now those doppelgangers getting closer and will be in lethal range within seconds. If anything, you push harder. Subjecting yourself to greater pain, desperate to even graze the bastard with your microchips needle, your cartilage crunched like a ripe apple, straining until your own appendage threatens to tear off your body. You almost go blind from tears and blood loss. Your body tries to make you back out as a way to flee the agony, but amid the haze of determined fate, you see the giant's demonic grin contort with confused indignation. Oh, for the love of... Compose yourself, you unemployable little... reprobate? What in the devil do you think you're... The giant doesn't finish his sentence. His lips stop moving, his eyes go wide, the corner of his mouth twitches, not with motion, but a spasm. The vigor that once filled him slowly fades, and the hand around your bruised throat loosens its horrendous grip. Blinking away, shock and exhaustion, Regard removes his hand from yours, hoping to find his answer inside your wounds. All he finds is a tiny piece of metal, no bigger than a fingernail, sticking out of his thumb. A machine no longer beeping, nor glowing neon green. The substance that once filled it is traveling through his bloodstream. Got it! What? The giant's voice becomes as a whisper, filled with an emotion you've never heard him express before. Fear. Staring back, Obuya drops you. You hit the ground with a thud, your crushed arm following suit with a wet, disgusting slap. Though the sleeve of your black turtleneck hides the worst of the damage, you're reminded of an almost empty tube of toothpaste, or perhaps a sausage casing devoid of its filling. Obuya falls to his knees. Convulsions begin at his fingertips, then travel up his shoulders. His breathing becomes shallow, rapid and rasping, harsher than the sound of flint on stone. Dark ichor drips from his bloodshot eyes like tears, his liquefying insides pouring out of every orifice. Even the freshest wounds left by doppelgangers have blackened with putrescence and premature rotting. You wonder how much of him will remain once radiation poisoning takes its toll. This can't be happening. I gave everything to this company. Decades of my life. How could they do this to... His chest swells as if to breathe. His mouth opens as if to speak, but nothing makes it in or out. His last words have already been spoken. With a reverberating boom, Obuya Bugard's head finally hits the ground. This time, for good. Yeah, now I'm the boss. I'm in charge now. You're all fired. Gagging, gurgling, his massive head reaches out to you. His massive hand reaches out to you as if begging for help, or perhaps still trying to take back the catalog you stole. The incoming tide of doppelgangers reaches out much the same. Each one as desperate as the one for the first bite of fresh meat. Time for you and your old manager to say goodbye forever. Good riddance. Rotten hell. You're so tempted to spit on his grave before it's even done being buried. He deserves worse than being eaten alive after all he's done, but it'll have to do. Flipping your former boss off, you make your way for the exit. Obuya shrieks behind you. Even more children clamber atop him, tearing strips of skin and flesh away from his massive bones. Yet you no longer hear him fighting back. Soon his screeches weaken, then fall completely silent. God, I can't read. As a silvery semi-human swarm reduces him to gristle. Thus ends the life and torment of Smyrna Corp's substitution supervisor. Hooray! Stumbling into the lift, you key in the code to the lobby with bloodied fingers. The grillage doors ding shut and you collapse to the floor completely spent. You're gonna kill him too if they eat his flesh with stuff in it. Well, honestly, at this point, might be for the best. Elevator rumbles upwards, taking you as far away from the ravaged emergency department as physically possible. And then, despite the pain, despite the terror, despite everything you've been through, you manage to laugh again. Ho ho ho! This time, it really is over. The release specimen catalog has been secured. The cocktail party's over. No one will be waiting upstairs to stop you, and the second you get the signal, you can send all this data to hell and watch the sun set on Smyrna Corp's legacy. That's why it's untraceable, right? Yeah. It's, it's a short-lived poison. I don't know. It says it works fast. I don't know. Could have a short half-life. I don't know. You look to your side, hoping to find Melusine laughing alongside you. Instead, you see an empty space resting where her nervous smile should have been. And that's when it finally hits you. Your only friend at Smyrna Corp is well and truly gone. You have no one to celebrate with. No one who will understand the nightmare you've just been through. You're alone. Curling yourself into a ball, you press the catalog to your chest. The rest of your journey home is spent weeping against it, whispering pleas of forgiveness that Saint Sains will never hear. Yay! You made it back to your apartment without monsters at your heels or supervisors at your throat. Now you're mostly struggling to stay awake even though your mangled arm hurts too much to let you sleep. The smart choice would have been to head for the nearest hospital and have a professional take a look at the extremely extensive damage. Maybe provide some stitches, a proper cast for bones mend, or an amputation/transplant. Very least, they could have given you some painkillers, ideally the one strong enough to make an expecting mother smile through a C-section. Unfortunately, going to such a public place with such extensive documentation in hand could have made you the target of doppelgangers disguised as healthcare providers. Plus, L specifically requested you do not transmit those files over public Wi-Fi. Secure connections only. This had to be done in a private place. Private Smyrna Corp surveillance allowed anyway. Saint Saint's living space wasn't a viable option. Not because you weren't told her address, nor because of safety risks. It was mostly because living wasn't a word you could ever associate to her again. Thus, your humble abode was the only choice, both for this and first aid alike. The other mostly involved making the most of your poorly stocked medicine cabinet, wrapping your injuries in an ugly collage of gauze and bandages, all while chugging off-brand ibuprofen. Rather than a celebration, the evening has become a sad, lonely wake for your comrade in arms. At least that's the excuse you gave yourself to justify drinking. A surefire way to celebrate her memory while repressing your own. Not an especially festive drink choice, though. After disposing of your favorite beverage, to escape a guard, all you're left with is tap water, but that's enough lead in the pipes to make it taste somewhat exotic. Still, no amount of medically irresponsible hydration can assuage the other worry that's begun gnawing at you. You've been awaiting Elle's call for hours now. There hasn't even been a peep coming through your outdated cell phone. You expected the anonymous hacker to contact you ASAP, considering how strongly they felt about ending this partnership when you've last spoken. Their silence on the matter, especially as the clock ticks 3 a.m., is especially concerning. Plus, considering how things ended for your other ally, you're worried that something might have gone wrong. And even though you're not sure how or why, anxiety doesn't require logic to burn especially bright. In the end, you decide not to let panic get the best of you. Rather than await the mastermind signal, you decide to start uploading the release specimen catalogs pages their way immediately. Maybe that could elicit a reaction. Thankfully, you have just the tool for the job. The one that L specifically requested you to purchase long before you started hunting for certification certificates. Sat next to your laptop is a bulky gray fax machine the size of a bulldozer's engine. The fastest, most powerful model that engineers from 1997 could possibly provide. What it lacks in efficiency, it makes up for in safety. No one could possibly hack your transmissions through an online connection with this, and it's just cutting edge enough for your anachronism-obsessed employers to completely ignore. They never dare intercept anything so futuristic as a successor to telegrams. You just hope that the machine actually works. Looks like it belongs in a museum. An abandoned one at that, and you prefer if the money you spent on this didn't go to complete waste. Putting the device up with blaring dial-up noise, you begin uploading each release specimen entry one after another. Careful not to stain the pages with your plentiful blood. Yeah, so it's like Carter Campbell. Yeah, that's a lot of documents. Roy? Okay. Oh no. Sad to go with the last page out of the fax's jaws. You pour out for every line of text and scour every pixel of the low-res photograph. You're afraid this is just a crazy mistake. An uncomfortable coincidence, hallucination caused by blood loss. But the longer you look, the harder it is to deny the truth. There's no mistaking that mask-like, clenched tight smile. Melusine St. Sades is a doppelganger. The body double of a former self that likely no longer exists. You reel back, collapsing into your uncomfortable sofa. You grasp your temples with your one good hand. It's a futile attempt at staving off a migraine. Try to process what you just read, but you don't know if there's any way you can. And this game's sponsored by Fifi, and yeah. The one person you thought you could trust to fight against Smyrna Corp was actually made by Smyrna Corp, raised to the shadows alongside all those other feral creatures that nearly killed you today. And she died long before she could even find that out herself. No, died before she could remember it. But that's not even the worst part. The day before the cocktail party, right before you entered the nursery for the very first time, she almost broke down in front of you. Claimed she couldn't handle working here for another second, wondering when or if she'd get replaced by some company-mandated duplicate. Turns out the duplicate was the one making that goddamn play to you. The one who'd gotten so invested in the life they took over, they forgot it wasn't theirs to begin with. You're not sure if you should scream or cry or pretend you didn't see anything. Some desperate bid to preserve a shred of the woman's dignity. Unraveling Spiricorp's tangled reality thread by thread hurts in a way you could never imagine. This is only the beginning, a single truth among billions. Are you sure you could go through with this? Hey, don't go losing your nerve. None of this is your fault. Besides, cheer up. Once I'm done leaking this data, the world will know about both Melusines, regardless of what her feelings on the matter would have been. You whipped at a distorted, dismissive voice emanating from your cell phone. Old cell phone. You rush to snap it open and are greeted by a familiar face, or rather, the digital approximation of one. Sorry I'm late. I had a hard time setting up a secure connection through your home appliances. I was using the non-disclosure microchip to listen on your conversation to track your location before. So, having regard break it was a real pain in the ass. Though I'm assuming your pain was worse. I was pretty sure you died until I got those faxes. Anyway, none of that matters now, because you actually did it! You got what we need to end Smyrna Corp. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I always knew I could count on you, but still, there aren't enough words in any language to express how grateful I feel, nor any amount of currency that could repay all you've done for me. But mark my words, you will be compensated. First things first, though, we need to deploy these files to the public. The entire world needs to know what Smyrna Corp has done. Then and only then will the company stop having any control over me. Static crackles at an unusual frequency. You wonder if it's the excitement in Elle's real voice on the other end of the line. The bliss of knowing the freedom they fought to reclaim is finally at hand. Normally, you would have shared the excitement, reveling in your accomplishments and your coming liberation of an impressive employer. But for some reason, the fact that they sounded so happy after knowing what you just read, knowing what you've been through, that really rubs you the wrong way. It's like, I thought this was about saving everyone. You blame Mel for reveling in the fall of Smyrna Corp, but you don't like how they're suddenly making this all about them. As if all the suffering the company caused didn't matter compared to the slight it inflicted upon their life. The single eye across the screen rules exasperation. Look, just because I got myself into this mess for the sake of the human race doesn't mean I wasn't serving my own self-interest. You don't know what these people did to me. I had every right to want them gone, more than anyone did. Besides, don't get on your high horse and accuse me of being egotistical when you had selfish reasons for doing so too. Hell, even Melusine had not so philanthropic motives for helping us. Motives born from the byproduct of shoddy doppelganger design, sure, but still, let's not point too many unwarranted fingers, lest we all become massive hypocrites. Now, if you're done being all self-righteous, hurry up and transfer the rest of those catalog entries. I've got a long weekend of leaks ahead of me, and I don't want you passing out for blood loss before you can actually send what I need to start up a few riots. How about that fax machine and get scanning? Chop chop. It's like, geez, bossy. There's an impatient edge to Elle's dignified, digitized voice. A suggestion that, for all their informal vocabulary and cold, laissez-faire attitude, they remain committed to seeing this plan through to the end. Dedicated to coupling this partnership with Radium as soon as humanly possible, no matter what has to be done. But you were also promised explanations. To be told everything as soon as this insane coup was over. Wait, if we're a doppelganger as was hinted, what if Elle is us? I don't know about that, but hey, that's a theory. We'll hold on to that thought. Obuya was the doppelganger and Elle's the original? No, I don't think that was it. No, it's like, I'm still on the Borodine theory, but I could be totally wrong. We'll find out. Maybe. But you were also promised told everything as soon as they could. After learning about Saint Sains, after hearing the way Elle talks about her, especially after the way they threatened you yesterday, you deserve some long overdue clarifications. You sound like you knew. I don't seem the slightest bit surprised to see Saint Sain's name pop up in the release specimen catalog, which suggests it wasn't a surprise at all. If they were aware of this from the start, why didn't they say anything about it? Let's assume I did tell her. Do you think she'd calmly accept the facts and move on business as usual? Get real. You saw how hysterics 8 Saints could get. One peep about being a policeman could have given her a nervous breakdown, which would only make her life worse and your job harder. That woman was never going to handle this coup all alone. You were always going to be the key to my plan's success, top to bottom. But to give you a fighting chance, I needed someone on the inside to get you hired. Someone obedient, mentally malleable, and susceptible to temptation regarding Smyrna Corp's destruction. What better option was there than a doppelganger with built-in workplace anxiety and subconscious resentment toward her makers? She created a job opening by landing Emiliano in trouble, prompting Smyrna Corp to hire backup ahead of the uranium deal. She ensured that a non-disclosure microchip would be implanted in your body so I could track you and communicate remotely. She had helped you reach the nursery by providing senior employee experience. Yes, she was integral to our success, but only in the short term, which might sound absolutely monstrous out of context. But businesses fire employees who outgrow usefulness all the time. I just happened to give her something better than a severance check. Yeah, she fucking died, dude! Or I would've, if she survived. But hey, at least this way she never has to find out the truth and freak out about it. The way Elle talks about her makes you sick. They're not speaking about Melusine as a friend, an ally, or even a person. Just a broken item in dire need of replacing. But nothing so expensive as a TV or a damaged car. More like an empty roll of toilet paper that served no greater purpose than being flushed down with a load of shit. You can't shake the feeling you might become just as disposable in due time. Yeah, I'm not telling me... Who are you? You go stiff upon asking the question, remembering the way Elle snapped the night before. They did promise to tell you everything. You're no longer confident they intend to keep that promise. Least of all, when you're withholding data they spent ages trying to retrieve. You expected an outburst, but the face of your screen remains impassive, neither amused nor enraged by your request. If anything, Elle almost looks proud of your newfound guile, in a condescending, nervous way. Like a parent attending their class clown child's graduation, or a person watching a beloved pet perform a trick unprompted. You've got some nerve trying to bargain with me now of all times, but then again, I did make a promise. Biden, here's what we'll do. First, you're going to finish sending me those catalog entries, and that's a completely non-negotiable condition. The situation is too urgent to postpone the leaks. Once that's done, spend your weekend resting. Let the news spread and let people get a little angry. Then once the shitstorm has cooled off a bit, head back to Smyrna Corp's office on Monday like you normally would. Ask whoever at the reception desk to see me and I'll tell you everything face to face. What do you mean, see you? What? Hell, I won't just give you answers. I'll give you a reward, befitting your contribution to my cause, and befitting of my future endeavors too. I have big plans for you now that all the game pieces are on the board. That sounds as ominous as it does amendable. A seductive compliment that sets off more alarm bells than fire at a gas station. It doesn't seem like they're trying to worm their way out of their agreement, but it does seem like they're hiding something. Something they don't want you asking about until your former employer is dead in the ground. But why? Let's just agree for now. You're not exactly eager to wait even longer, but the stranger makes a point. You need serious medical help and plenty of sleep, plus the less you pester them, the sooner Spirit Corp crumbles. Digitized hum of approval is emitted from your phone. Perfect. I love it when people choose to be reasonable. Especially people I appreciate. Rest assured, I'm not trying to pull a fast one on you. I just need time to prepare your payment. I can't risk dancing on those replacement manufacturing bastards' graves until I'm sure they won't try escaping their caskets. As a show of goodwill, I'll share something big to whet your appetite before Monday's main course. Your flip phone's flickering pixels shift as Elle begins to point at something. The stack of released specimen entries you fought so hard to retrieve. There's one entry of that catalog that's far too delicate to risk leaking to the public. I won't tell you which one, but believe me, you'll know when you see it. I want you to find a comfy seat and read through that entry very, very carefully, then burn it once you're done. Come Monday, I'll clarify the parts of it you couldn't quite gasp. On that note, it seems like my connection's timing out. I better get back to the preparing press releases all for the juicy data you got. Make sure to send the rest soon. See you soon and thanks for everything. I knew I could count on you. And just like that, Elle's gone, leaving your mind reeling with unanswered questions. You're not sure what you're about to find in the catalog's pages, but you follow their lead nonetheless. Return to the fax machine, you brace yourself for the worst. Theodore. Yep, there's us. There's our person. Yeah, follow the instructions I uploaded. If you stray from these directives whatsoever, you will not be paid. Please ensure it will be properly deployed to the facility, located in a later date, forwarding to meeting me. For an exact younger replica of the client themselves. Okay, Cody, you might be right. Never mind. You might be right, Cody! Alright, rest well, Cosmic. An exact younger replica of the client themselves, using instructions provided in linked documentation. It's like, it was a very valid theory, though. It's like, I didn't dismiss it, I was just a little more convinced that it might have been Burrodine. Yeah, be advised that it's currently labeled as a high surveillance company target. Do not follow supervised content. Include additional flaws in the duplicate specimen as per client request. Side to supervision. Further to supervise activity, especially caloric iron options. Note the substitution. Supervise procedures carefully as the subject must be created without a live side-by-side comparative to the original. See, no significant divergence. Dispatch. Early onset method acting syndrome symptoms confirmed. Currently low risk. Artificially instilled flaws have resulted in volatile, unappreciable attitudes and behaviors. High possibility of non-disclosure breach resulting in termination, turnover, or total lobotomization. Well, there you go. There's another person here. Omega. And we're dire need of new employees. I don't know. Yeah, the second you lay eyes on that last page, your heart begins sinking and doesn't stop. Deeper, deeper it falls within you, spiraling into some endless abyss and will never crawl out of. No matter how many times you reread the entry, you always find the same name and picture staring back at you. Yours. You tell yourself this is impossible. You're a human being, not some lab-bred abomination. You have memories from childhood, none of which involve Smirnocorp. You made your own choices instead of obeying company directives. None of that changed the truth for Melusine, nor can it change the truth for you. You are not yourself. You never have been. You're nothing but the flawed replacement of a person who came before, and the proof has been staring you in the face all night. That child from education claimed you were birds of a feather and treated you like an equal. The little one in cosmetics claimed you looked like an adult despite not even being one, and knew you were only pretending to be a full-grown human. But no evidence is harder to ignore than what lies beneath your crushed arm's gauze. You unravel the bandages, pull back strips of sinew and torn muscle, search for something you suspect is true but don't want to find. You find it nonetheless. A single patch of undamaged flesh clinging to your broken bones. A pale-grayed section of meat that most doctors might seem diseased. But you've seen too many doppelgangers to mistake the color of their undyed pre-surgery skin. You don't remember what happens next. All you have is the faintest certainty of hearing yourself scream. Funny though, isn't it? For the longest time, you've been wishing to wake up somewhere else instead. Wishing time would ask permission before racing ahead. But tonight, you only want to wake up where you thought you once belonged, as if nothing ever happened. Problem is, you just took out Smirnocorp. Drastic world-shattering changes are coming, and nothing will be the same for anyone ever again. Renovations! It's like, we're getting there. It's like, there's like 3 chapters left. So, like I said, I am gonna go overtime to finish this, because we're really close. So, yeah. This should have been your first true weekend of proper relaxation, yet it passed by you in an all too brief, catatonic blur. Yeah, I gotta do what I gotta do. It's like, don't die on me, throat. Yeah, that first wave of existential despair hit you like a freight train. Fast and hard, but once the collision was over, there was nothing left to take its place. Thus, after spending your first night having a nervous breakdown, you quietly whittle away the rest in total darkness. Never leaving the house, never showering, and barely eating enough food to sustain your mostly basic bodily functions. All you found the strength to do was stare at your picture in the release specimen catalog as though it were a mirror. Wondering where it all went wrong, if there was ever a chance for it not to. Your ongoing battle with depression meant this wasn't your first time spending several days staring at the void and feeling miserable. But knowing that depression might also be the byproduct of your creators, that definitely gave you experience a whole new layer of hopelessness. After all, you're not human. You never were. You're just some random monstrosity. A product engineered for a nameless client's profit. And judging by your file, you're a defective product by design, too flawed to even remember its initial purpose. No matter how often you try to make sense of that, it never does and likely never will. But it hasn't stopped you from trying. It would have been easier if Melusine were still alive. At least then you would have suffered together, not feel so alone, so wrong, so completely insane. But there's only one person left on Earth who can decrypt these endless riddles, and though you're en route to meet them, you're unsure that their answers will help. Even now, as you ride the empty city bus towards your old office, you can't help but reread that wretched catalog entry, albeit to no avail. Elle told you to destroy this page. You can't bring yourself to do it. You needed to keep this thing. Needed to dig deeper. Look for something different. Stare until the world spilled out a more digestible truth. Sadly, your stubbornness hasn't exactly produced promising results. If anything, that's only made you more confused about what's happening outside the bus. Your existential crisis kept your attention away from news reports and internet headlines these past few days, but the repercussions of Smyrna Corp's data leak aren't exactly subtle. Elle was right to warn you about the riots getting explosive. Storefronts? The few shop windows that weren't smashed have been spray-painted with crude messages, either encouraging citizens to kill Smyrna Corp employees on site or warning replacements that they aren't welcome in the neighborhood. Where they should go and get instead, no one seems to know. As a person belonging to both categories, you've taken care to make yourself look small and unassuming. Shouting people. Impromptu protests block your bus at irregular intervals, as disorganized marchers demand people to take up arms and begin a revolution against the companies that sought to control them. They scream for justice, and end to historical erasure, and for the blood of tyrants to fill their cups until they runneth over. Others seem more inconvenienced by the traffic. Announcements. Radio. Your driver keeps flipping through FM stations, perhaps hoping to find their usual assortment of mid-80s pop sensations, instead to keep looping through horrifying news updates. Riots in neighboring countries, as citizens oppose doppelganger or replace leaders. Celebrities from the catalog's client list denying allegations of paying to have co-stars evaporated. And controversial arrests or killings of Smyrna Corp staffers across the globe. Every channel's the same. And people looking at you. And don't block traffic with protests. Run them over for point. You followed Elle's directives and refrained from leaking your own catalog file to the public. There should be no way for anyone to know what you really are. But that doesn't stop strangers from scowling at you suspiciously or giving you a wide berth as they walk away. Thing is, that's not just happening to you. Everyone is looking at each other with fear and scrutiny. Not a single person on Earth is able to tell who's real and who isn't anymore. Normally, compliant citizens are having full-on crises as the planet's craziest conspiracy theories all come true at once. Many are angry. Even more are afraid, and it's only a matter of time until most turn straight up violent. Yeah, social media. World is okay, and it may never be okay again. You knew this was necessary. Revealing Smyrna Corp's existence was the only way to make the public realize the extent of the company's influence. The amount of things its leaders erased from the collective consciousness. And those revelations were inevitably going to shake the foundations of modern society. Extreme reactions were to be expected. But as you watch the world outside your window crumble, you wonder if you really did the right thing. We're just gonna have to wait it out. Be patient. There are institutions who unjustly thrive thanks to Smyrna Corp enforcing its unwarranted dominion. The only way to be truly free of such oppression is to tear down all they've built and start over. Social unrest is just a symptom of change. A better world will rise from the ashes someday. No point standing on the wrong side of history, especially when it can finally be written by people for once. You'd rather join the fight than sit back waiting for peace to come. That being said, you hope that once the fight is over, enough rubble will remain to actually rebuild. If Smyrna Corp's tendrils extend as far as you fear, there might be nothing left to save once you've destroyed all they created, including yourself. By the time you disembark the city bus, You still can't manage to think straight. But seeing the office before you puts all those runaway thoughts on pause, because it looks absolutely nothing like you remember. But the former Spirit Corp building has kept its squat cubic shape, the rest is completely different. Gone is the marble facade, pasted over by chromed steel and glowing blue wires. Gone are the imposing columns and fascinating vast reliefs. Their craftsmanship inspired by flat-screen TVs, playing an endless loop of advertisement for portable computers. And gone is the silver door, and gone is the bronze door knocker shaped like a crowned head. The decapitated ruler substituted for a sterile revolving glass door. And I was like, oh man, don't do all that. Boogies. A telling slogan has been posted, written in pretentious, minimalist, and modern font. Yeah, the whole building's changed. Welcome to the new headquarters of Radium Inc. What in the most literal how? When L said the data leak would cause the death of Smyrna Corp, you didn't think it meant the company's former business rival would take over the premises in the span of a single day. The whole situation feels like a joke. Looked in reality, your employer would have patched up immediately. Did something go wrong with the contract? Did Radium find a way to wriggle themselves into the throne? Or maybe... Is this also part of L's plan? Only one way to find out. If that hacker was telling the truth, they should be waiting inside ready to share everything. Tucking your neatly folded catalog entry back into your pocket and adjusting the sling around your butchered arm, you push the revolving door open. Yeah, step inside like you own the place. Sometimes the best way to blend in is to make yourself stand out. You straighten your back, puff your chest, try making your sagging, sleep-deprived face look stern and purposeful. Yet as you enter the building, you let out a stunned gasp that spoils the performance. Turns out it's not just the offices outside that underwent a makeover. The interior's metamorphosis is even more drastic. Or once was a shadowy, cavernous room, now lies in open space so blindingly bright, it actively hurts to look at, and the employees, many of whom you recognize from your time at Smyrna Corp, had their uniforms brightened up a notch too. Dark turtlenecks have been swapped out for white button-ups and holographic blue name tags. Workers rush about the place, not holding typewriters or printer paper, but touchscreen tablets and wireless headsets. None of them seem to understand what's happening any more than you do. If anything, they understand even less. Everywhere you look, every shred of organism has been completely erased, replaced by some nauseating, cutting-edge, and dispassionate alternative. New lighting. Glowing chandeliers and green glass desk lamps have been extinguished. Their spots are now occupied by ring-shaped LEDs, giving the impression that the angels of technology have descended to illuminate the world. Staffers scurry beneath their glare as though fleeing the devil instead. Furniture! Old-fashioned upholstered sofas have been put to the curb, giving way to cheaper, aquiline plastic equivalents. It feels like your local Burger King used to be more nostalgic, now it's cold and corporate. Yeah. Most of the seats have been occupied by former Smyrna Corp employees, confusingly watching a hologram of an excessively agreeable woman explaining the new workplace rules. Round. The floor carpeting has been peeled off the ground and pasted over by gleaming pure white tiles. They've been scrubbed so clean you can see your own baffled reflection staring back from 1,000 angles. Not exactly the most comforting visual for someone who found out they're a glorified clone. Statues. Gone are the skulls bursting into DNA strands. Gone are the naked bodies, sprouting nerve endings like branches, and the renditions of Babel's towers built in red bones. In their place stand massive pillars made from millions of interwoven computer cables, each one blinking neon blue. Some columns even pulsate like computer veins, pumping terabytes of bloody data, fueling the valves of some eldritch electronic heart thumping high above. A tight, disgusted part of you can't help but dismiss Smyrna Corp's eccentrically outdated charms. Slice's the only things that stayed the same are the ones you wish were gone forever. First is the insufferable stench of ammonia-based cleaning product hanging in the air, an aroma that makes you wonder if new management still needs the chemicals to scrub blood from their hands. Second is that cryptic slogan twinkling on the room's back wall. Memore perpetuus mutatio decio. You're not sure what that last word means, and you're increasingly unsure you want to know. Something tells you L's plan may have hit a snag. Because unless you're jumping to conclusions, new management doesn't seem much different from the old. The Lizzie paint job notwithstanding. Either way, your over-the-phone ally has a lot of face-to-face explaining to do. Now, you could head for the reception desk and get your answers from that digitized creep at the SAP, but then again, it didn't specify when you're supposed to meet. Meaning that for once, you could explore at your leisure without a sort of Damocles hanging over your highly choppable head. Either way, the choice is yours to make, but no matter your decision, there's no doubt the pills you find will be especially hard to swallow. Pick your poison and pray it goes down easy. Just go meet the guy already. Weaving past stampedes of anxious employees, you approach the desk framed by elevators at the far back of the room. The place you first met Melusine, before you were even hired. Funny enough, the receptionist who greets you this time is the last person you expected to see. Oh my god! They made another clone of her, didn't they? Welcome to Radio Mink. How can I help you? Sharp pain stabs your chest like an iron stake. You can't tell if it's a surge of sudden relief or enough fear flooding your system to kickstart cardiac arrest. The sickly pale skin, the customer service smile, the hair tied in a dainty bun, and the dark bangs under her eyes. There's no mistaking your friend's face. Except the last time you saw it, her body was no longer attached. How's she still alive? Is everything alright? You're breathing rather quickly. Though her concern sounds rather genuine, her vice-tight grin doesn't waver in the slightest. Yeah, they printed her in one weekend. Damn. Yeah, right? And when she reaches out to place a reassuring hand on your shoulder, you shrink away. As though her touch were venomous, unable to shake the feeling that something is profoundly wrong. Why'd she look at you like that? Why's she acting so stiff? Why doesn't she recognize you? Why does my nose continue to be full of snot? Okay, I think I got it. Well, this isn't Melusine at all. It's her replacement. A doppelganger built to take Saint Saint's place, devoid of the flaws that led her predecessor to fail in the first place. Do you need me to call you an ambulance? Not to be rude, but you look like you're on the verge of passing out. You are, but there's no way you're telling her that. You see what doppelgangers are capable of. What your own kind is capable of. If you set her off, there's a risk she drops the friendly act and attacks you instead. It'd be wiser to play it safe for now. Just introduce yourself. You force your jaw to form a broad, quivering smile and apologize for your uncouth behavior. On hearing your name, the new Melusine perks with interest. Just not the kind you hoped for. Oh, you must be the visitor my new supervisor spoke of. They've been eagerly expecting you. You've already been given executive-level clearance at their behest. Just type the symbols into the floor and you'll arrive directly at their office at the newly added top floor. I know a passcode-based elevator might seem a little strange, but don't worry. It's practically intuitive. Fun, too, and we like having fun around here. Her forced laugh sounds even faker than the first time you heard it. But coming from this person, it doesn't sound as artificial as it should. I see when her unblinking eyes are boring into yours, with a glint of desperation shining through their tear-slicked surface. Reminds you of the dead-eyed stare Melusine gave you as her skull rolled across the nursery floor. Sick to your stomach, haunted by the visions of the quote-unquote real Saint Saint's death, you think this monster for their help and rush for the elevator, looking over your shoulder the entire time. You step into the retrofitted lift, its grillage doors and antique sensibilities pasted over by slick chrome. Your reflection stares back in the metal's glossy surface, surrounding on all sides with doppelganger versions of yourself. A not so subtle reminder that the sum of your life choices will be heading to top floor with you. It's a symbol. Yeah. So, snake. Squiggly 3. Good level waves. Another S. And a V with the loop. No, I appreciate the help, but I was able to look up. After keying the password, you hear the telltale ding of success. It's an undeniably out-of-place sound for such a contemporary machine, but it provides the same satisfaction as always does. And you need every drop of serotonin you can get. As the elevator's doors slide shut, you get a glimpse of Saint Sains waving you a meek, well-meaning goodbye. Good luck! You have no time to wish her the same before the door starts rocketing upwards. Your heart feels like it's about to explode through your chest. Your head is pounding and your butchered arm aches. You don't allow discomfort to make you turn back. Your road to freedom has been a long one, but you're in the final stretch. Just a little further and you'll have the answers you seek. Then and only then will you be able to end this story. The finale! There's also an epilogue, so that's why I'm like, we're almost there. We have, like, I'm gonna guesstimate 30 minutes. Depending on how quickly I read this. On your first day at Smyrna Corp, Mr. Bogard claimed the elevators were in dire need of modernization. Despite your complicated feelings toward the man, you find yourself agreeing with him. This upgrade was long overdue. Your ride to the top floor is buttery smooth. No screeching, no sparks, no awkward pauses or 10-minute waits. The whole trip only takes a couple uncomplicated seconds. You almost wish it lasted longer, so you could have steadied your agitated nerves. At least you can take morbid satisfaction the fact that Obuya perished right before experiencing the improvement he'd craved for so long. Either way, the lift soon comes to a gilding stop. Its doors opening to reveal a place unlike any you've seen at Smyrna Corp. It's not an eccentrically outdated company-branded torture chamber. Not some secret lab filled with untold horrors. Not even an ultra-sleek, obscenely modern boardroom that matches Radium's taste. It's just a modest, tasteful, normal-looking office. The room is relatively small, with circular walls and high ceilings, giving it the cylindrical shape of a castle watchtower. A desk made of varnished wood sits unoccupied in the center, with a run-of-the-mill laptop resting on its surface. There are potted plants, paintings you don't recognize, bookshelf filled with baubles, leather-bound books, and drinks. Okay, finally got that snot ball out. I like a little ball bouncing around my nose. The beverage selection mostly consists of protein drinks and pre-workout beverages set alongside an assortment of stainless steel shakers. But other than that, the place is almost disturbingly plain. Exactly what you'd picture a humble CEO's office to look like. Assuming a humble CEO can actually exist. If so, the first one in human history is standing across the room, with their back turned towards you. This individual is roughly your height and dressed in well-fitted business attire. Yeah, typos. Their gaze is riveted to the office's floor-to-ceiling windows, where they watch a vandalized townscape sprawl past the horizon. Your city does not lay in ruins, nor does it seem at war with itself just yet. But as the gray skies above it darken, as smokestacks rise from the neighboring blocks, and swarms of angry citizens swarm the street like ants, there's an undeniable impression of rapid, violent decline, a suggestion that these are the first symptoms of a much greater virus. The figure before you chuckles, as though savoring the spreading plague. Elle, is that you? Your voice cracks as you call out to them. You're not sure if it's because of fear, but your unmaimed hand just won't stop shaking. The figure perks up at your query, but doesn't turn to face you. They just admire the chaos outside, letting out a wistful laugh. I wouldn't have woken up so early if I knew you'd take this long, but I suppose I should have remembered that you like to sleep in. Even without the added distortion, there's no mistaking that hacker's voice. Far below your office building, a power line's transformer bursts into sparking flames. People scream and scramble as a fire spreads above them. Its crackling roar like chittered laughter. Domo Daddy Kiwi, welcome, how you doing? We overthrew bad corporations. How you doing? The burning glow lights the office window, allowing you to catch a glimpse of Elle's piercing glare cast in the glass's reflection. But you see something more as well. Something unexpectedly familiar. Too familiar, even. Try not to feel guilty about everything going on outside, yeah? You remember what it was like, that first day you came home from Smyrna Corp? A certain amount of unrest is healthy. Violence, too. Humanity finally realizes just how long it's been lied to. Whatever toll the outrage takes will be worth the price to achieve true freedom. True progress. It's like, stop edging us, we already know! Besides, we won't be leaving them to sink or swim. You and me, we'll guide them through this, whether they want us to or not. The stranger finally turns around, flashing you a cocky smile. The sight of their visage shatters something in you, like a pane of broken glass, or the bones in your butchered arm, or my nose tingling like I'm gonna sneeze, but it's not happening yet. And now it's gone. And the pieces will never fit back together. Well, I'll be. The resemblance is even more uncanny in person. This is you, but only for the worse. You stare into an abyssal mirror that swallows your psyche whole. Yep. A near-perfect replica of yourself stares back, plucked from a very near future. The reflection looks older than you, their expression filled with wit and wisdom only time can provide. There's an added waxiness to the skin. Deeper lines around the eyes, more gray in the hair. But there's no mistaking who this really is. That grin, those eyes, the bridge of the nose, the body's proportions, even the way they move. It's all the same. It's all you. The original you that catalog entry claimed you were born to replicate. And according to Melusine's replacement, they're also your new boss. You stagger on your feet. Bring a hand to your mouth. Acidic warmth creeps up your gullet, but refuses to come out. The other you lets out a hearty laugh, clasping you on the shoulder. Their touch feels fouler than any vomit your body could possibly eject. There, you'll be fine. Just think of it like hearing a recording of your own voice for the first time. You might not enjoy it in the beginning, but you get used to it. And lucky for us, we have plenty of time to spare. Now then, you look like someone with a lot on their mind. How about I make good on my promise and answer a couple questions before we officially get to work? Couple questions? You have billions! You don't even know where to start. Maybe that's why all you can manage is a throat-wrenching scream. Eee! What's happening here? Destroys me, Smyrna Corp. Free humanity from the control of megalomaniacal companies. Bring peace to the world. That was your goal. Not this madness! The other you rolls her eyes as if saying madness was the point. First off, I never talked about peace or whatever. Everything I used some pretty fire and brimstone language to describe our coup. That misunderstanding is your fault. Second, I don't mean to brag here, but Smyrna Corp is as dead gets. Hardly anything left of the old place, rather than a few staffers I deemed worthwhile. And even if Radium Inc. is technically the new owner, that company's old guard isn't around either. All of them were disposed of by evaporators on Saturday night. I mean, the only person left in the driver's seat is me. As for the riots, well, I'll admit those are a bit unfortunate, albeit inevitable. But I'll get them under control soon, and you're gonna help me do it. Morals, we're all monsters, cycle never ends, you never had the power to change anything from the day you were born, no matter the motivation for fed. Yay! It's like nihilism, but cool. Nothing matters! That's what, yeah. Yeah, we'll get them under control soon, but you're gonna help me do it. After all, the whole reason I had you designed was to make sure our new world runs smoothly. Wait, the anonymous client who hired Smyrna Corp to create you was also you? After meeting Theodore, you can believe most people want to be erased or want to start their lives over. Who in their right mind would choose to replace themselves with a doppelganger? Because I couldn't be in two places at once. I needed someone on the inside to pull off this power grab stunt. Yeah, coolism. But to misquote a cliche, I could only trust myself to get the work done, which is why you were commissioned to handle my in-person dirty work. I'll admit, it took longer than expected to get you hired, not to mention put everything into place, but all those foibles are meaningless now that we've won. All my decades of careful planning finally paid off. Smyrna Corp is gone, and now we're the ones in control. That's right, the scheme has been in the works since before you were born. Considering you're just a doppelganger, it's possible you haven't been alive for as long as you think. But this still wasn't some random burglary conducted on a whim. Neither was the outcome. There's a logic to all this. A reason for every step in the process. The complete picture remains a blur, as does L's ultimate goal. Sensing your worrying confusion, your alter ego urges you to take a seat at their desk. Their grin is broad and falsely comforting, like a parent pretending to love a child. Either due to preconditioned obedience or sheer lightheadedness, you accept the offer. Slumping into the office chair, a hand to your temples, eyesight swimming as though you were drunk. The only thing that isn't moving is L's unblinking, piercing eye. Now then, let's settle my debt, shall we? What do you want to know the most? The story of how you came to be, the reason we're doing this? Don't be shy now. Why do you want the corporation? Your true self was willing to do truly horrific stuff in a bid to ensure their plans panned out. But those plans were supposed to end the Smyrna Corp radium reign, not consolidate our power before crowning himself supreme leader. What's the point of this? I'll say it again. Don't worry. I'm not planning to run this operation like the former owners did. Human civilizations won't be ruined by profit-driven psychopaths or lobotomy-addicted maniacs under my watch. That much I can guarantee. As for taking a leadership role, well, it was necessary for my plan to function. The only way I could ensure Radium Inc.'s old managers were replaced by trustworthy people was to become their replacement. That's why I made my promotion to CEO a condition in that merger contract. Wrote it down to an exceptionally specific legalese right from the first draft. It won't be like bad guys, said every bad guy ever. I'll confess, I did do bad things to get here, putting you through this whole bureaucracy gauntlet, just to make sure things were properly sabotaged. It was needlessly cruel at best. And turning my dear aunt, our dear aunt, into a doppelganger? Even worse. Even our aunt was a doppelganger this whole time. Still, I need a recruiter to get you recommended. Smirnocorp only hires based on personal referral, after all. And that old sweetheart was as personal as it gets. That's right, your aunt was in the release specimen catalog, outlined as a worthy candidate for company recruitment. No wonder she helped you find work here instead of literally anywhere else. I'll willingly turn your own family, their own family, into a weapon to win this stupid war. And they don't even seem to regret it. I only see glee in their eyes. Smug self-satisfaction at the thought of a successfully conducted long con. You hate yourself. Hacker gives you no time to process any of this before resuming their self-important tirade. Their eyes turn back to the office window, watching little fires pop up across the cityscape. Like burning paper lanterns being lit for the planet's funeral procession. I knew about Smirnocorp for a long time, you know. The way they ruined countless lives for no benefit but their own. Keeping scientific advances throttled for the sake of clients, or to protect their profits. They disgusted me. Uranium Inc. was no better. All they sought was control through surveillance, and through a guise of technological convenience. Together, those organizations did more damage to the collective consciousness of our species than anyone will ever realize, and that had to change. So I took action. Infiltrated Radium as an employee, rose to the ranks while leaking evidence of their misdeeds to journalists, bloated our PR and lawsuit expenses to bankruptcy-inducing proportions, dropped in to seek a Smirnocorp buyout as a last resort. Made it seem like a logical choice with matching goals for domination. But I wasn't going to hand one evil mastermind's resources over to the other. Slipped in a special clause to the contract stating that if ever Smirnocorp suffered security breaches prior to the signing date, they'd be deemed untrustworthy and fall under the supervision of Radium's new acting CEO. A promotion I'd been due to receive for a very long time. Meanwhile, everything you did? That was to make sure the security breach actually happened. So I made our aunt a recruiter, ensuring you'd be hired. Created non-disclosure microchips to ensure your surveillance. Led you straight to the catalog, and caused such a catastrophic data leak, Smirnocorp couldn't cover it up without making things even worse. You helped me save humanity. Helped me get revenge against the egomaniacs who ruined my life. And now, you can help me run this new empire the way it was always meant to be run. The electrical fires outside your office paint the overcast skies red like brushstrokes from a portrait depicting the depths of hell. Smoke seems to form a crown or perhaps a halo over your older self's head, giving them a fallen angel's likeness. Lucifer crawling out of Inferno, reclaiming the grace God stole by force. The empty space beside them beckons you to join. There's so much they haven't told you, so many truths you're still owed. Whether or not you want to hear them is entirely up to you. What do you mean by revenge? Your older self might be a certified psychopath, but their hatred for Smirnocorp runs far too deep to be dismissed as a petty grudge. For them to go this far to plot such a demented plan for so long, this has to be personal. You're goddamn right it's personal. Those absolute ingrates ruined my life. And they didn't even do it for profit. They did it for convenience. Elle's self-righteous confidence suddenly melts away, their simmering resentment heating up into a full-blown blaze, even wider than the fires outside. Grinding their teeth, they rolled the sleeves of their elegant business attire, revealing a gruesome scar running lengthwise from their wrist to elbow. Seemed kind someone would carve into themselves with a razor if they sought to bleed out within seconds. This was the company's parting gift, the only thing I've left from my old life after Smear Corp tried to have me killed. I wanted to become a psychologist, just like you did once. And I would have been damn good at it too. I paid my way through education with scholarship after scholarship and even got external funding to develop an AI program that would revolutionize access to mental health services worldwide. A tool could let me modify minds remotely, psychosomatically repair traumatic damage, or extract unwanted personality traits, no matter how deep-rooted they were, in order to help people live perfectly curated lives. Needless to say, Smear Corp was a big fan of the idea. They had substitution reps approach me asking to patent my project and use it for themselves. Yeah, wouldn't that have been nice? Just be like, boop, no more drama. And we're like, yippee! I can sleep at night! Yay! Honestly, I was willing to let them use it. All I wanted in exchange was a seat at the table. The authority to determine what changes they should and shouldn't be making the better the world. Yeah, you know. But if there's one thing that company hates more than even modestly advanced technology, it's people who know better than they do. Instead of negotiating, they sabotaged my project and sent evaporation assassins after me. But I didn't even steal the tech or commission a company-mandated replacement. They didn't want the hassle of dealing with the doppelganger as smart as the original, nor did they care to self-troubleshoot a program they could barely understand. They just wanted to cut corners by cutting into me. The other self's grip tightens around their old scar, anger almost making their nails pierce through flesh. Either by sympathy or reflex, you reach for the wounds Ubuya left in your limb. By some utterly sadistic, borderline abusive twist of fate, their injuries just so happen to be on the same side as yours. Luckily, I came prepared. I set up false safes to neutralize the killers and paid to create a Spirit Corp doppelganger of my own who acted as my body double. One of Kuroko's lackeys still nicked me pretty good, though. I cut so many tendons that my arm will never work like it used to. No matter how much surgery or rehab I do, I'll be stuck with a toddler's grip strength till the day I die. Like, that's rough, buddy. Still, Spirit Corpse got what they wanted in the end. Because to make them believe the real me was dead, that they didn't just kill a decoy, I had to pretend their coup succeeded, disappear from the face of the earth. My old life and my life's work vanished overnight, became another nameless victim forgotten by all of human history. All I could do was sit back watching them ruin a trillion lives that I could have saved. Your older self rolls down their sleeve, fists shaking with grief and anger. Though some of their old composure returns, it fails to mask their rage like it had before. It's easy to see why. Elle's life, like so many others, have been upended by this demented company in a way no one could truly understand. The only difference was that they didn't fade away silently nor drown in a sea of hate or despair. They drank from it. Still, something about the situation doesn't make sense. Well, I get paid back by running it. People who go after their parents' murderers usually try to kill said murderers, not become the murderer's new stepdad to teach them the importance of proper child rearing. What? Maybe you're missing the point, but Elle's motive for becoming CEO seems borderline irrational. If violence could solve everything, I'd have taken a scorched earth approach long ago. But there's one thing I learned after researching this company. Is that our world needs an entity like this one running things in secret whether we like it or not. I mean, just look at what's happening outside. 2 days without those brainwashers at the helm and the whole planet is reduced to this. Unicorn may have been an ethically subhuman dictator's juiciest wet dream. It's also a force of societal stability, if not peace. Without an all-seeing overseer to guide civilization forward, there might be no civilization left to guide in the span of a few weeks. It's not because they're not in control, it's because you leaked their secrets. Yeah. Plus, even if Radium and Sphere Corp did hurt a lot of people, what do you want me to do about it? Both companies' victims are either dead in the ground or purged from collective memory. I could bring them back if I wanted to, and I don't want to. Unlike me, they're stupid enough to get caught. I have no sympathy for idiots that'll hold me back from moving the world forward. All I care about is rectifying the nature of Smyrna Corp's interferences. No more short-sighted, imbecilic, profit-driven choices that amount to nothing but misery and social deterioration. You and me, we're going to lead humanity towards total utopia in under a century. Utopia. And we'll do it without anyone ever dictating the course of our lives again. A smile curls up your other self's lips, as sickening as it is starved for power. Ambition twinkles in their mad eyes, inevitability crackles in their voice. For all their bluster about freedom and progress, it's become apparent that it only cares about bringing about positive change by ruling with an iron fist. Or, thanks to their wounds, a brittle stained glass fist. Though your maker's mind is razor sharp, their physique is hardly impressive, and a contest of pure strength, even someone like you with the Bugard butchered hand is bound to come out victorious. Assuming you get the drop on him or have a suitable murder weapon. Why am I thinking of murdering this man? You should abide your time and hear them out for now. There's still too much you don't know. Still a chance that their intentions are truly good. But if things take it for the worse, killing yourself might become a necessity. After all, Elle's story doesn't sound like a tale of righteous revenge. It sounds more like an excuse to do something they've always wanted long before Smyrna Corp ever entered the picture. Why can't I remember anything? The fake Emiliano you saw during the interview was fully aware of their deceptive role. Children of the Hive were lucid and knew they'd adopt indentured acting careers eventually. How come you and Melusine forgot what you really were? Did you happen to see mentions of a disease in the release specimen catalog? Something called method acting syndrome? Well, it's a crippling psychotic condition known to affect Smyrna Corp doppelgangers. See, whenever these test tube freaks, no offense, force to embody contradictory personality traits during extensive replacement assignments, it causes major psychological friction. So rather than succumb to dissociative identity disorder or question management disorders, they just repress as many doubts and uncertainties as possible to maintain convincing performances. A convincing performance. Can't read. In doing so, they often end up forgetting they were role-playing at all. I'm not sure if the phenomenon is intentional or accidental. It's certainly an effective way to keep replacements from selling out their makers. But judging by the way you've been acting, it's safe to say you've been severely symptomatic. You reread your own catalog entry often enough to know those words were peppered throughout the documentation. Considering how little you knew of Smyrna Corp, despite demonstrably spending months or years or who knows how long in its steps, method acting syndrome sounds like an obvious culprit. Still, knowing that only makes you feel worse. Because not only are you a lab-bred replacement who forgot they were pantomiming someone else, you forgot what you were before the pantomime began. Any sense of self you ever thought you had is just a flawed facsimile of Elle's willfully degraded traits. And that degradation you suspect is the root of contradiction-based amnesia. Yeah, that part is my bad. I couldn't risk making you as intelligent or ambitious as the real me. Smyrna Corp would have gone suspicious, and I need you to avoid detection. Like, I made you stupid on purpose. I need a duplicate that was compliant and helpless enough to actually require my assistance. I'm not some ultra-competent superhuman that could end up going rogue or believing their way was better than mine. An ego like that would just spoil my plans. To nip those issues in the bud, I asked your substitution technicians to crank my less admirable traits up to 11, and boy did they deliver. Don't get me wrong, I always had a couple quirks that could warrant therapy, not to mention a serious, cynical streak, but you? It's like a mother driving diesel and drinking while pregnant. Yeah. You're like the saddest French movie on earth. Nothing but bleak musings and cigarettes smoking in the rain, recorded on colorless film every hour of every day. I almost feel sorry for you if that depression of yours wasn't just an act that went haywire. It seems like there was more good in you than bad. Because here you are now, standing triumphant in all your subpar glory, like a second-hand luxury car. They call all your other self out on their bullshit, but you're too distraught to actually try. People often say flaws are just as distinctive as qualities, but neither of yours are unique, nor even the product of your own choices. You're just boutique add-ons to Smyrna Corp's signature product, built to help you masquerade into someone who's better in every way. What even are you anymore? Get to the point! The word empire feels innocuous and unnatural on your tongue, not unlike the blood of those who bled to build it. Your other self, meanwhile, snickers at the question. Newfound pride and giddiness animates their movements, like a rich kid eager to flaunt their toys. Owl flips the laptop resting on the desk between you, their fingers dancing on angry waltz atop its keyboard. All the while, their piercing gaze remains completely fixated on yours, unblinking, unhinged. In case you don't recall, the scariest part about the Radium-Smyrna Corp merger was just how well both companies complement each other. The former would have their consumer device-based espionage network to deploy doppelgangers more efficiently and extensively than ever, while the latter could have implemented automated processes to accelerate every department's workflow, not to mention engage in mass replacement manufacturing. Either scenario could have led to either company further bungling our planet in their own uniquely inept way for nothing more than bonus profit, which is extra stupid when you consider they could have done away with the concept of revenue or capitalism altogether with an operation of this scale. Bureaucrats are so short-sighted. Thankfully, my imagination far exceeds that of some self-proclaimed entrepreneurs. Because I'm not going to optimize our business model. I'm going to optimize our species. L completes their inputs with a dramatic flourish of clacking keys. As they do, the world outside suddenly changes. Like stars appearing in the dead of night, pinprick specks of soft azure begin igniting by the thousands. And then fill the skies above, these ones fill the streets below. What? I have a snout back in my nose. No. Needs to get out. Smartphone screens set to maximum brightness, security camera lens, blinking in erratic rhythms, smart TVs, desktop computers, traffic lights, and car radios. All of them radium products, even more ubiquitous in today's world than wildlife and concrete. All of them bound to the strange signal emanating from Mel's laptop. I've just forced a reboot of every radium device on Earth in preparation for an operating system upgrade. Once the patch goes through, I'll have the power to remotely trigger a custom sequence of audiovisual signals through any individual machine I choose, similar to what I did to speak through your cell phone before. This time, however, it won't be strictly for communication purposes. I'll be uploading subliminal images, epilepsy-inducing flashes, sound frequencies designed to stimulate the hippocampus and frontal lobe. The same thing Smyrna Corp technicians use to recondition patients undergoing lobotomies or reconfigure developing doppelganger minds. See what I'm getting at? Yeah, that's how Windows keeps restarting and forcing updates when you're not looking. You recall your interview with Bugard, and all those old boxy televisions blasting doctored footage into both Aguilar's eyes. You called the nursery's media orienteering classroom, where doppelgangers were taught to believe anything the company wanted them to. Neither can compare to what Elle is suggesting now. We won't need to chop up brain matter with hacksaws, nor just hit a billion freaks in some underground lab, just to make sure people behave the way we need them to. We'll be able to perform total personality rewrites, billions of bloodless replacements at the touch of a button. Just picture it. Dropouts becoming doctors, warmongers reborn as pacifists, violent anarchists converted into selfless social workers. An unfathomable paradigm shift for civilization, literally accomplished overnight. Humanity will be freed from the flaws that once held us back from greatness, and competence will be a thing of the past, inequality made obsolete, and our free wills shall finally align. Yeah, it's like, we'll have free will by making your will my will. Basically. I'm going to accomplish what neither of those companies ever could and make our world perfect. And you're going to help me decide what perfection looks like. Brainwash the planet! You didn't come all this way just to put a different despot atop Smyrna Corp's throne. You did reclaim everyone's long-denied independence. Yeah, it's like, you gotta love villains like this. He's not entirely wrong, but his method is. Yeah, you know? Like, gotta love a villain that you can root for. If things were just a little different, just a teeny tiny different. Well, your other self merely sighs, annoyed that you keep missing the point. Didn't I tell you 1,000 times already? The only way anyone on Earth will truly be free is by burning Smyrna Corp to the ground. But that can't just stop at the brand or even the institution. Diet light Yamagami. Every bit of misinformation we've ever engineered, every shred of social conditioning they've inflicted, every unintended consequence a doppelganger ever had on someone's existence. All of it has to go if we really want a fresh start. And the only way we'll achieve that, barring perhaps extinction, is to give everyone on Earth a hard reset. Clean slate. We just happen to be ones designing that clean slate. And considering what we've both done to get here, we've earned the right to make those decisions. Every hero deserves a reward befitting their exploits, after all. Besides, we're not going to be erasing free will or anything. We'll just be giving people a very convincing illusion of it. After all, it managed to convince you. Damn. Elle fiddles with their computer's touchpad, performing a new operation. Rather than blinking out your lights, you're assaulted by a familiar sound. The outdated cell phone in your pocket suddenly begins ringing. As always, the obnoxious, strident shrieking seems to burrow into your head, to alter something in your mind. You were a very inspiring patient zero for the remote lobotomization prototype. Back then, my resources were far more limited, but the frequency still let me rewrite SmearCorp's programming at a fundamental level, without you ever noticing. As soon as you heard that ringtone, you instantly believed you'd been living in that apartment for years, even though it was your first day on the surface. Plus, you had free will the whole time. You constantly made choices to overcome obstacles that I never would have had. That's proof you could remain autonomous to a degree. Sure, I may have steered you down a specific path, but where's the harm if you never noticed? Either way, the entire planet will experience the same thing. They'll be made blissfully ignorant, content to their limited freedom, and only be able to interact within the boundaries we define. Right on subside, your ringtone only seems to drill its way deeper into your cerebellum, seeking something to rebuild or perhaps to destroy. Your skull begins throbbing, every painful migraine pulse making you question where the boundaries of your free will truly lie. How are you supposed to find them if you never noticed they were there? More importantly, why is Elle so adamant about needing your help? There's no one I can trust to do this better than myself. That's exactly who you are. I need you, friend, and so does the human race. Our continued survival is contingent on your support and my anonymity. All you have to do is make your one last choice, one last decision to prove your loyalty, and decide the shape of our new world. And what's that decision? Whether or not you agree to help, hostility will get you nowhere. You need to know what Elle wants before you can choose a course of action. The hacker lets out a sigh, relieved that you intend to listen. Seems they really do need you. It's simple, really. I worked at Radium. You at SmearCorp. I understand technology better. I'm a visionary with a plan for every problem. I'm the one who can optimize every step of a process, no matter how complex. But you understand people. You see past the cold hard numbers, and witness the nuances of substitution processes, of lobotomies, of replacements. You need me to see the bigger picture, but I need you to grasp the granular elements to give the plan I've implemented a viable direction. Therefore, with a final flourish of Bella keystrokes, your other self whips their laptop around, letting you face the screen. A flood of graphs and unfurling statistics overflows from within, but amid a barrage of information, you recognize the telltale hints of a Smearnitech operating system. Seems Elle didn't want that data stored on a potentially hackable radium model. Consider this a test. One to prove you'll be fully dedicated to my cause, and one to prove that I'll treat you as an equal for the remainder of our alliance. What you see here is a modified version of SmearCorp's projection visualizer, which allows me to alter the nuances of my remote lobotomy program's brainwashing signals. If you spend any time at all on future-proofing, it should feel quite familiar. I want you to take a minute and explore it a little. Tweak a few knobs, alter some variables, study the data, anything that gives you a better grasp of what this thing is capable of. Because once you've settled on a configuration, you're going to click shut down to trigger the deployment protocol. This will send my decoration frequency to every radium device on Earth, marking the birth of our new empire and the dawn of humanity's obedient utopia. Your older self pushes the laptop closer. Your chest contracts like a dying sun, collapsing in on itself until nothing remains but an all-consuming black hole. Its pull unravels your entire psyche into a nano-strum thin thread, but it never grants you the mercy of finally snapping. Your fingers move toward the keyboard, as if drawn by some external force, some distant remnant of doppelganger programming still dictating your subconscious thoughts. The device feels so sleek and gentle beneath your trembling digits. You fear it could shatter the slightest touch. Not the way a delicate bubble might. More like an atomic bomb with a hair-trigger detonator. One whose radiation will burn away the very concept of independent thought. And you are the one who must determine what, if anything, will survive the blast. Use my psychology skills to talk L out of committing cognitive genocide. If L trusts you with the human element of this operation, they must lack awareness when it comes to psychiatric subtleties. You might be able to fool them with psychological manipulation strategies, the same kind you once used to talk troubled patients out of similarly drastic decisions. You slow your breathing. Find your center. Make yourself look calmer and more pensive than you really are by counting your teeth with your tongue. The older you quirks an eyebrow, perplexed by your pensive expression. Maybe even scared of it. They've bitten. Now reel in. You begin with seemingly innocuous questions, asking why L believes this is the best course of action. If their expectations for utopia are actually logical. All the while you maintain eye contact with their forehead, an easy way to make yourself naturally intimidating. Your older self's responses start off monosymbolic, curt and defensive. But you press on, wrapping your proverbial hands around their intellective neck. Soon, L is on the back foot. You challenge the definition of every word they use, make them reflect on traumatic experiences which may have skewed their interpretation of hard data. Am I about to pull a, what was it? Fallout 1? Where I talk down the big bad? Invent plausible quotes from Smyrna Corp research documents claiming that population control is unreliable. Little by little, you succeed in steering the conversation away from brainwashing and instead turn it towards atonement. More relatively, even surrender. Or so you thought, until Al drops the act and explodes laughter. Oh man, I really hope you weren't falling for that. What do you think this was? A soap opera where you talked a villain out of victory with textbook sentimentality? Please. Those continuity, discontinuity, speech therapy tactics were so basic, they wouldn't even work on the toddlers you're supposed to use them on. Driving the point home, L casually lists a great number of similar behavioral science terms, ranging from executive dysfunction to cross-sectional psychoanalysis, all of which they claim were part of their prior performance. Were they steering that conversation the entire time? What did happen? How didn't you notice? Because I'm you, idiot. A better you in every possible way. Smarter, more experienced, and without any deliberate incompetence hard-coded into my genetics. There's nothing you can do to me that I will not class in a heartbeat. Especially not regarding this particular area of expertise. How about you start playing nice before one of us has to get hurt, I'd prefer for this alliance to proceed peacefully. Or so they claim, but their tone suggests they're aching for an excuse to inflict some discipline on their not-so-compliant duplicate. Deflated, you sink back into your seat, wondering if there's any possibility to escape anymore. How can you be someone at their own game when you're so blandly inferior in all regards? You'll have to do something drastic. We all would never consider doing themselves. You jump out a window, straight to their own death, right before the finish line. After all, if really are necessary for their planned success, removing yourself from the equation is a good choice as any. The question is whether or not you have the nerve to go through it. Smiling at your apparent despair, your older self offers a condescending clap on your shoulder before motioning you toward the projection visualizer. No more dilly-dallying. There are billions awaiting their optimization, and I don't intend to keep wasting time. I should be fixing everything Smyrna Corp ruined. And I don't wanna. If L needs you to do this, your rejection might suffice to prevent them from turning mankind into subservient drones. But upon declining your older self's offer, you're not with outrage, just dumbfounded exasperation. Oh, they really did make you stupider than me, huh? Listen, I understand that overriding individual personalities and desires might seem drastic. Those riots will turn to wars of peace and reestablish. And if we don't figure out a way to get the population under control, someone else will do it for us with far less noble intentions. Backing out of this won't be the moral high road you think it is. It'll just be leaving the human species to flounder and die. You agree to help me, or my plan fails. That's it. Besides, if you really care about preserving free will or whatever, you probably want to stick around to keep me in check. Because I don't want what I don't care what those maggots have to sacrifice for my empire to work. I'll build my utopia on a swarm of dead brain meat puppets if I have to. As if emphasizing Elle's threat, a dull blast is heard outside, followed by a chorus of screams and a pillar of black smoke. They're right, if nothing's done, the situation will keep degrading. And if you really are integral to the process, cooperation's the only option. Will letting humankind suffer uncertainty really be worse than whatever this dictatorship your older self plans to run? The more you think about it, the more their plea sounds like an ultimatum. Either help them rule the world or watch them deliberately ruin it. Either way, you become responsible for the ensuing fallout. Because the only way to prevent yourself from doing something horrible is by removing yourself from Mel's equation altogether. Your eyes drift to the window, 5 stories beneath it. City burns a script of pain. From this high up, this jump would probably kill you. No spirit of corpse nursery still in disarray. Hell can't replace you with a more competent copy. As drastic a solution suicide may be, is this option even coming up because I picked clinical depression? It guarantees your other self will fail, all while freeing you from a moral dilemma of epic proportions. If you can't find a way to ruin a visualizer, this trade-off might be worth it. Apply for now. One way or another, your true self intends to get what they want, and it won't stop until the world bends its knees to your shared domination. All you know is look for a loophole you could potentially exploit, assuming such a loophole will actually exist. Yeah, it's like, we're just gonna get replaced anyway. I've been planning this coup long before you were born. They had a very, very long time to ensure an airtight attack plan. The longer you stare at a computer, the more nauseous you become. Not just because of the ethically sickening implications, but because there's just too much information to digest without throwing up. Even if there is exploit flaw in there, you might never find it. But again, do you even want to? There's no doubt L's methods are extreme, and planetary lobotomization is hardly heroic. But this is opportunity unlike any you've had before. Again, discrimination and economic inequality. Reverse global warming and prevent world hunger. Do some actual lasting good at a scale no one has ever seen in a way neither Radium nor Smyrna Corp ever considered. You won't even know the difference if you delete their ability to discern that anything's wrong. You lean closer to the screen, seeing rivers of sweat running down your reflection's face. Chunky pixels blurring together in a mirage of digital light. What did the depths of L's world-ending program, praying to find an answer within it? Let's go in. Documents. Labyrinth. I was gonna see if I could spell something. Methodology. Yeah, it's like, ominous domination threshold. The tribe is named L. Yeah. Obedience magnitude. Subconscious malleability. Similar will be on. This includes their overall intelligence, emotional retention. Oh, there's so much. Remain above minimum omniscient dominance threshold to create a utopia. Okay, but what if I don't? What if I'm like, no, fuck you? So what would I even want to turn down? I want obedience low. Malleability low. Maybe have homogeneity high. Yeah, so maybe I can do this. Maybe that'll work. If nothing else, what's in the trash? Obstacles. Okay. Obstacles updated. Important. I'm trying to see if I can find, like a password or something. Radium. Wait, what if I spell radium? Can I spell radium? Ray. Aha! Got it. I'm so smart. Operation complete. It takes a Herculean effort to keep yourself from gasping or whispering "no way" when the message appeared on screen. You managed to stay cool, leaving your old self unaware of the discovery. You still can't help double check, triple check, quadruple check, and more just to make sure you're seeing it right. There's no mistaking it. The ever-wary L's laptop is connected to the internet. It could just be a minor oversight. Something they forgot to turn off after leaking the catalog's pages on Friday. Could be deliberate. Necessary evil to transmit their brainwashing signal across all radium devices worldwide. Either way, it doesn't change the facts. Your other self has left themselves exposed in a major way. And you know exactly how to use this opening to hit them where it hurts. Your hand touches the pocket containing your catalog entry. The page that lists your face, your name, and by extension L's. Document they specifically requested you destroy. Using the laptop's inbuilt webcam, you could take a picture of the sheet. So much great job, thank you for 30 months. Arigatou gozaimasu. I'm running late because I'm trying to finish this story and I'm so close to the end. Welcome, how you doing? Benefits to every radium device worldwide, same as with the brainwashing signal. Reveal your true doppelganger nature to the entire planet. A creature born to help a new CEO continue Spirit Corp's horde legacy. Yeah, welcome, Squidjumma. How you doing? Thanks again for the subs. El's letting you do this? He said I had free will. There's no doubt this would be a massive blow against your older self's ambitions. There's also a chance people would only persecute you, not them. Real the truth might be the greater good. But brainwashing the human race and rule at this maniac's side might be the only way you could actually survive. Then again, ending your own life might provide the most happiness, or the least risk of making the things worse anyway. Sir, that's the clinical depression talking. Honestly, no matter what you do, your story won't wrap up perfectly. But there is certainly one thing you can count on. If you truly value humankind's ability for independent thinking, truly want them to live free, you need to give them the right to decide your fate. The city's flames burn ever brighter, and rider screams grow ever louder. Never has the expression hell on earth felt more literal. Perhaps eager to take the throne and rule over the devil's kingdom, your older self leans in, their piercing eye drilling deeper into your soul than ever before. Ready to end this? Indeed you are. With a deep breath of ammoniac-scented air, you make the most defining choice of your entire existence. You just love when you have multiple endings. I have free will! For shits and giggles, I'm just gonna leak all my shit. Come on, Fifth Alice, welcome. A sacrifice for the greater good then? So be it. May your suffering serve to heal this world. You reach for your crumpled catalog entry, gripping the dot matrix paper tight. You're struck by an impulse to run the paper's edges along the webbing between your fingers. Excruciating as those cuts may be, at least their pain would be predictable, unlike what you're about to do. Adding yourself could all be for naught, making you a pariah while leaving Ellen Monarch, result in an outcome even worse than sitting back and doing nothing. Would you rather face uncertainty than stay trapped in another person? The hell are you waiting for? Make up your mind already, we don't have all day. No, you don't. Without a word, you slip the catalog page free from your pocket, carefully unfolding the crease-worn paper. Your other self's eyes go wide with recognition, then even wider with dread. Wait, why do you have that thing? Give it to me now! The other self lunges for the document, snarling like some flesh-starved beast. Any trace of their prior dignity lost to primal panic. This, you realize, may well be the thing Elle never anticipated. They would never jeopardize their own livelihood for the sake of anyone else's. They would never give up control when it could be seized instead. So why would their perfect duplicate dare go against those instincts? Unfortunately, you're not just a younger Elle with a few more flaws for good measure. You're you, for better and for worse, shaped by different experiences, defined by your own choices. The laptop's front-facing camera goes off with an eerily mechanical click, whirring as it loads up the high-resolution image. Elle lets out a wordless scream, flinging themselves across the desk like some cannibalistic doppelganger, freshly hatched from their gestation pod. Their nails rake at your cheeks, their spittle sprays your face like hail, their eyes bulge so much from their sockets you fear they could soon burst. No matter what they do, they'll never stop the inevitable. Even though Elle is superior in every way, that doesn't make you useless. Your decisions, skills, and talents all carried you this far, and now they'll carry you in further. Child psychology, it's literally all I have. Elle is a mastermind with a proven record of manipulation and careful foolproof planning. They won't be led astray easily, not unless you make them think your plan is already 5 steps ahead. Feigning desperation, you whip out your clunky flip phone and angle it towards the catalog page, or to snap a different picture of the Empire-ending document. Fueled by hateful panic, Elle releases the laptop and snatches the device from your hands before you can send the picture anywhere. But you gladly let them take it and return your attention to the laptop, smiling with all the smug satisfaction of a successful scammer. Like, haha, fooled you. If the real you had been thinking straight, they would have remembered your old-ass phone doesn't even have a camera. By the time Elle grasps what you've done, it's already too late. You only needed a few seconds and it gave you plenty. With a few well-placed clicks, the laptop begins humming as it readies your transmission. The evidence of your origins are about to be disseminated across the same channels Elle used to leak the other catalog entries. In a matter of minutes, the whole world will know what you are. Oh, thank you for the pity. Thank you. Yeah, have your little chair spot. Go ahead. And they'll be free to decide what to do with that knowledge. Stop, you ruin everything! Good. Like, fuck this shit. Of your own volition, and with the power you've earned through hardship and strife, you prepare to carve a path to freedom by giving every soul on earth the power to do the same. Activate the deploy all executable. A loading bar fills in a flash. A confirmation message lights up across the screen. The world outside ignites with color as your final choice is uploaded. The constellation of radium screens outside flickers like a swarm of fireflies, each one receiving the image you just shot into the universe. In the window of an electronics store, those smart TVs display the same pixelated picture of your face and breeding details. But unlike the other times you've seen your reflection, you don't feel afraid. Little by little, a hush falls over the rioters, until their voices rise up once again in a cry of united outrage. Protesters fill the streets like ants sent to war by their queen, marching towards the newly renovated radium building in which you stand. Not eager to draw and quarter the company's newly appointed CEO, whose name was featured in your file as Smyrna Corp client. Though perhaps they'll be doing the same to you. Mouth agape, hand shaking, your true self falls to their knees, spirit broken, face wet with tears. Their personified comeuppance has come to drag them away. Their mind races with escape strategies, appeasement measures, PR plots, remote lobotomy deployment alternatives that might make people forget this. They have no idea how to erase people's minds reliably. Not without your help. Nor can they erase information about their own existence faster than it spreads. In a beautiful show of poetic justice, Elle has been defeated by the same dirty trick that killed Smyrna Corp. What have you done? What have you done? Do you realize what's about to happen? You know what our world will become without me to guide it? No, you don't. Look forward to finding out. To the epilogue! Alright, yeah, from what I saw, the epilogue should only be a few minutes. We're almost there. We're almost done. And so the curtain closes on your journey through the post-truth depths of Smyrna Corp. It ends without a dramatic I quit speech to your most despised boss, without a scalpel to cerebellum, or even a dramatic bang. It ends only, as is so often the case, with a whimper. Yeah, I'm hydrating. Got a little water left. Elle's whimpers, to be specific. By the time you hear riders barge into the reception room screaming for justice and death to CEOs. Your other self didn't utter a word. They just laid there sobbing on their knees, tears pitter-pattering onto the floor. The moment you revealed their identity, your identity to the world, everything inside them crumbled, never to be whole again. Some people, total anonymity can be like it can become like armor. A psychological justification to act harmfully or express vitriol without fear of repercussions. See Twitter. And as a hacker operating in total secrecy, Ella's worn armor for so long it became a second skin. To have her ripped away so suddenly, revealing the scum beneath, must have been outright traumatic. You know how easy it is to fall into a depressive spiral once failure catches up to you, especially when all those failures are laid bare for all to see. Ella is you, after all. It's Kitty. Taffy's asleep. Maybe that's why you didn't say anything either. You stood by your other self's side, waiting for someone to break into the office and pass judgment on your bleak existences. Didn't need to wait long. Throngs of bloodthirsty citizens come barging through the elevators. Like too many demonic clowns stuffed inside a comically small car. Some were holding lighters and unlit Molotov cocktails, others clutching switchblades and white-knuckled fists. All were blind with grief and rage and willing to forgive anyone who used Microchips services to deceive them. You close your eyes, waiting for cold steel to slit your throat. Yeah, muzzle tough. But the kiss of metal never came. Ryder shoved you aside. Warned you not to interfere. Called you what must have been a brand new slur for doppelgangers. Oh. But people only had eyes for Al, the newly appointed Radium CEO, proven guilty of using Corp services thanks to the catalog page you transmitted. By taking over both companies, your older self painted a target on their back, making themselves out to be the person responsible for both companies' evils since the very beginning. Dazed by the fact you were left alive, you rushed to the elevator and escaped your old workplace unharmed. The last thing you heard before the doors closed was someone screaming at the top of their lungs with a voice just like yours. You'll never know what really happened to Elle in the end, but you doubt you'll ever see their digitized face on your phone again. Can't help but feel sorry for them. Your other self was no angel, but they were a victim of Corp too. A person who truly wanted to make the world better, despite using the worst possible means. But in a way, their wish did get granted. After all, you're free now. Truly free from all the lies, the threats, and the external influences. Plus everyone else on Earth now shares that freedom with you. For better and for worse. It'll take time for the world's anger to subside. Even longer to rebuild a functioning society from the ashes of the old one. People will have to process losses they never knew they suffered, come to terms with family members actually being replacements, grieve wars and atrocities that Corp scrubs from history, relearn to trust systems that kept the world running rather than fear them as enemies. Changes like those might not come for centuries. Hell, there's a chance that things never improve. That humanity completely collapses just as Elle warned it would. But you don't plan to sit back and do nothing while waiting to find out. The future is yours to shape for the very first time. The least you can do is take action, and make your world worth living for. You owe that much to Melusine, at least. You wish she was here to help you, to guide you towards the right answer. She probably would be if I didn't fuck up and get her killed, like she always had. But there's no way to bring her back, no matter how much you wish you could. All that would amount to is another replacement, like the one assigned to Radium's front desk. At the very least, you can make sure to remember who she really was, ensure her sacrifice wasn't made in vain, that her memory is more than a footnote in Corp's ledgers. Your fellow co-workers might seek redemption for the evils they committed, through martyrdom or penance. Your fellow doppelgangers might search for a purpose uniquely their own, but you have something else in mind. Stepping into this brave new world, you decide on a course of action to help make the world a better place. Tough choices. It's like, well, let's see how deep the rabbit hole goes. There's no telling how deep it goes. Even your former employer couldn't help keep up with their own bullshit. Millions and millions of lies remain completely upended, their truths buried under infinitely interlocking passwords. But you're prepared to crack those codes. Takes a long time to get the ball rolling. Retrieving encryptology artifacts from foreign SmearCorp offices is tough enough. And reverse engineering abolisher processes to decode messages is no walk in the park either. But over time, you become akin to an archaeologist, uncovering secrets of a long-lost era people were once made to forget. You're not Javorn Pembroke's level, obviously, but it doesn't stop you from trying, and your efforts ultimately allow thousands to understand just how far SmearCorp's meddling really went, the properly grieved tragedies they never knew of until now. You're able to change, to grow, to exceed your limits. You're more than just your technological literacy, after all. Still, no matter how hard you work, you're just one person. You can't possibly solve every issue by yourself. It's hard to accept sometimes that no matter what you do, you'll truly never make the world as perfect as you want it to be. That people will always be afraid, unequal, or at odds, regardless of SmearCorp's involvement. Some days you wonder if it's your fault the Earth still faces such fear and uncertainty. But people can face that uncertainty on their own terms, thanks to you, without privatized conglomerates deciding their paths for them. The future is theirs to define, their stories waiting to be shaped by the choices they decide to make. And that you think is a powerful thing indeed, because that's exactly what allowed you to be here now. There are times where you like to reminisce those choices nowadays. The decisions that shaped your strange journey and make it uniquely yours. The ones that shaped your talents, making you a jack of all trades, master of everything. The ones that led you to completely flop that evaluation with Bugard. Ones that forged your friendship with Melusine and led to her untimely demise. Ones that made you a rather competent evaporator. A so-so cryptologist. A mediocre future-proofer. Not to mention the ones that led you here to the end of all things. They may not be all wise choices. Some might have even been shameful, unpleasant, or downright stupid. But in the end, they belong to you. No matter what happens next, nothing will ever be able to take that away. Yeah, master everything, sure. But are you happy? How things turned out, I mean. The ending your decisions led to. There's a few things I wish had turned out differently, but I'm still satisfied. I see. Regrets are perfectly natural, but I'm sorry you feel them burdened by them. No matter how few. Perhaps next time things could turn out better. Perhaps in another time, another place, another you will do things differently. Another playthrough. Make choices that will forever alter the outcome of your tale. Revisit your strange journey and give it a different end. Yeah, you know. For now, you have to accept the consequences of your actions, regardless of what they amount to. You close your eyes and lean back, letting the breeze caress your face. Maybe when you open them, time will ask permission before racing ahead. Maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up somewhere else instead. But the first time in your life, you realize you're exactly where you want to be. Watching the sun rise over a brand new world filled with countless possibilities. The end. Yay! That was really good. I really liked it. Like I said, it's got it was very much a dark dystopian kind of dark humor satire type of thing. Really enjoyed it. It definitely does seem like your choices mattered a lot. Like I said, I looked at someone else's VOD and they had completely different stuff going on. So if you did decide to play this game because it looked interesting, trust me when I say you make different choices, different things are gonna happen. It's like, maybe Melusine will actually live. That would be nice, wouldn't it? It's like, I fucked up. I think what happened was I wasted too much time. I think that's what happened. But overall, it was very good. So, yeah. I enjoyed it. So, yeah. I know this is chapter selection. I don't need chapter selection. Whatever. Thank you all so much for coming. Thanks for the bits and subs and all that good stuff. Like, let me go find some of the raid, and I can finally go to bed. Let's see, who should I raid? Sure, why not? Yeah, you know what? Let me see something here. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Daddy Kiwi. I'll just do that. Let me see. Did I spell that right? Okay, I did. All right, good night, everyone. Rest well, eat your vegetables, and think over your choices carefully, cause might cause some heads to roll if you don't think carefully. Good night.